Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are not only fortified, they are positively glowing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What might the Emperor allow you? A place for all things and ever... Dare! You've come to a door through which your old self cannot fit. I knew you... The fool! How appropriate. Before opening a new door, be certain it was not closed for...
वो किधर है यार वो मुझे वो नहीं मिल रहा यार वो कन्वर्ट करने वाला बंदा इसमें
Let
2 व्हील ऑफ फॉर्चून। चार डेथ। सात स्ट्रेंथ। तीन व्हील ऑफ फॉर्चून। दो व्हील ऑफ फॉर्चून 7 डेथ। अबे साले कुछ और नहीं दे सकते क्या तुम लोग? 2 डेथ व्हील ऑफ फॉर्चून। और क्या चाहिए? 2 स्ट्रेंथ 5 खत्म।
another reading? Did you? Even the card itself yearns for more. Breaking a habit is always hard. With strength, we hope, comes courage. The steadying hand now grips too tightly. The High Priestess has secrets to share. Trust your feelings, but do not ignore that which is before your eyes.
सब फालतू।
Of
गेम रीस्टार्ट।
10 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
I come, and I command. I go.
You really should prepare for battle.
Since I vowed to reclaim our homeland, I have never made a stauncher oath. But I swear, this one is in the bag.
My friends, I'm calling it. It's in the bag.
And not one of those drab bags that a lot of you are using. A royal bag. Well beyond your petty needs.
"30 seconds to battle." Is this on?
Avowed.
The battle begins.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Of Golos. I command it. At my command. Another name in my grimoire. Fear me.
अरे तेरी माँ का पार्टी बेंच
Indeed. Oh, yes. Hardcore. Hear my word. Indeed. Summon forth. I'm under attack. Indubitably. Oh, yes.
Regrettably, your middle tower is under attack.
चल निकल
Summoned for indeed. Indeed. I go. Indubitably. I command it.
यार तेरे को वो क्यों नहीं
Hakamo Dochia. Hear my word.
Your middle tower is under attack. Just thought you'd want to know.
Kornakor.
Snatched from the jaws of
Fear me. I command it. I go. So
तो निकाल सकते हैं यार
indeed.
नाइस बैक शॉट
Summoned forth.
The opponent shall take this fight.
denied.
Power of force. To the darkest veil with you.
क्या बात है बंटा क्या बात है बंटा
Karabos.
कौन मारा रे तेरे को
Radiant's structures are beautifully fortified. Your top tower is under attack. No reflection on you. Instead.
Chaos crush you. Hear my word. Indubitably.
Cactus here like cactus. No, bro. No. Hey, up na. लीना की मौत बुला रही है उसको.
Avowed. Mordecai. Chaos comes at my command. At my command. Here. Not obscured by the power of Goroth.
Baby come to me. Baby come to me.
Radiant's courier has been slain. Let us hope it left no little one. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
A bounty which my matriarch will prize.
Nice, nice, nice.
I command it.
I take no pleasure in informing you that Dyer's courier has been slain. It is with grave emotion that I report the death of Dyer's courier. At last, the enemy's middle tower has fallen.
वो तो ले ले
I
मैं.
shall find them.
कुरियर ले ले मैं तेरा प्लेयर निकाल दूँ.
My command.
Enemies need killing.
Caracas.
Your middle tower is under attack. Just thought you'd want to know.
Caracas. Oh, yes.
tower is under attack. Note well, the enemy's top tower has fallen. Radiant's structures are fortified. There appears to be some sort of magic at work.
Indubitably. The strength and might. Summoned forth. Indeed. Karkorzan. Illusion. I go.
ये निकालो यार, पब्लिक निकालो जल्दी, गेम जीतने का घंटा है।
By my demon staff. Indeed.
क्या पब्लिक?
Your top tower is
ये
under
क्या था? ये
attack.
क्या था? ये क्या था भाई? निकाल, इसको भी निकाल।
Your middle tower is under attack. Just thought you'd want to know.
Summoned forth. At my command. Gather darkness. Oh, yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. You'll be delighted to hear the enemy's bottom tower regrettably fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
A gift from the Tempest of Night.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Mortor cheer. Burnt offerings.
क्या बेला है? क्या बेला है?
Avowed. Chaos crush you. I go. Zangarabos.
बे निकालना फट्टू की औलाद।
Demand it. By the power of Golos. Carabos, Caracas.
Your top tower is under attack. No reflection on you, you understand. Your top tower is under attack.
Indubitably. Kor Karamord. Summoned forth.
Monster kill!
Sworn of shadows. At my command. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
रुक जाना यार.
Prepare yourself. Corazon. It's not time. I'm under attack. Indeed.
It's the expression on your faces I love.
Bro, I'm a god level, bro. God.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. There. That must feel good.
Me, buddy.
I've never seen Radiant's structures looking so The enemy's middle tower has fallen. It's hard to see that as anything but advantageous.
इसको खत्म ही नहीं करना है। WK को मजा आ रहा है फार्म करने में।
Command it. Indeed. Cry havoc.
फाइनली
Radiant's
खत्म कर रहे।
structures are fortified. In fact, they appear radiant with health.
I go.
It's too good to be true. The enemy's middle
Too
barracks
good
has
to be
fallen.
true. This is great.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. One in a series, I dare say. Radiant's structures are not only fortified, they are positively glowing. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. I hope you're very pleased with yourself.
Akan nakabuka.
My word.
Tama. Tie 12-0 brothers. 12-0.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks
Senses मेरा LB.
now have mega creeps.
Summoned forth.
We need such players in another
The
team.
enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. It's hard to see that as anything but advantageous.
अरे अरे अरे
And the Dire seize the day in the direst.
भाई साहब
I like to think your success is a testament to my mentorship.
भाई मैग्नस देखा और हमने लिया वरला क्या बात है, क्या बात starts in 51 minutes और गेम खेल सकते I failed. Nice. Game was updating and I failed.
You really should prepare for battle.
It's in the bag.
This one's in a bag, if you ask me.
"30 seconds to battle." I had a terrarium once, rather like this. Well, except with mice. And a chameleon. But the possibilities for combat were much the same.
Ah,
The battle begins! Or so I am told.
time to gather some material.
There they go! Where are they going?
Catch me if you
Calculated,
first blood. What's up? I got a real nice step.
Off with you.
Groove on the move.
स्पिरिट वसल लगेगा रे किसी से तो
Yeah.
who will make it who will make it
Things already begun.
यार मेरे लेन में है कौन
Radiant's courier has been slain. A moment of silence, please.
I like it.
This is how it's done.
Yeah, good idea. Tons of fun on the run.
चल
Ole, ox and free.
दादा
I can make it as quick as you like.
बट हम भी उल्लू नहीं है हमें भी समझता है तुम क्या करने आए हो यहाँ पे
How about you?
next class already boots
Okay, no decay. With new and improved hay. Ta-dum, ta-dum. Ready for anything. How much gold's inside?
क्या है भैया
Coming through.
जीने क्यों नहीं दे रहे हो तुम
It'll be an adventure. Just like in the storybooks. Mind any puddles? I'd like to be hugged, but it'll be late. Fun for bloody rich. We're on it. Almost to play with me.
inform you that your top tower is under attack.
Yes. Do what now?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Right.
Does this happen a lot?
Aye, aye. Ta-dum, ta-dum. After me stuffing. Can I tell you something? Right. Tons of fun on the road. Sniff What's up?
Dyer's courier has been slain.
Yep. Good on you, Sniff. Just not Chopper.
Good job, brother.
All play, no play. Totally a miss. Power on it.
At a time, ready.
Right. A bounce in the step. Just like in the storybooks.
Pain train.
Don't you like it? I like it. What are you saying? I don't.
He's talking.
Stop it. Right.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Groove on the move. Ready for anything. Do what now? Catch me how you not mine, little one.
B.
On the real no.
You would, brother.
Seen Radiant's structures looking so fortified.
Mind any puddles.
Your top tower is under attack. No reflection on you.
Hangguan ay avenge Chodu.
Bloody red trail. Plan B. It'll be an adventure.
More fuel for my fire.
Fun's already begun. Waiting.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ole, ox and free. Follow the bloody red trail. Let's see you ready with blood. Do what now?
इतना टाइम रुका उसके चार्ज करने के लिए, तभी उसको नहीं करना था। हुक मारा और उसने चार्ज किया।
Radiant's structures are beautifully fortified.
What's up?
अल्टी तो मिला। इट्स सो कोल्ड। लॉल,
Lock it.
क्या तुम पहुंच गए हो
A bouncing
यूके?
Mind any puns?
Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has
Oh
fallen.
my god. Why I remember you saying you were going to
I got a real large stick. Yeah, good idea.
उधर, मेरे को इधर गर्मी लग रही है।
Tons of fun on the run. Right.
बेस पे जाना।
Aye, aye. Right.
Ravage is up, careful. They may dive me.
Sight in your hand. What you say?
He's got a TP home, I think. It's fine.
Ready for anything. Waiting.
हमको भी कुछ मिलना चाहिए ना, ये फिश मारते हैं तो।
Coming through. Catch me if you can.
फालतू का फिश ढूंढो और मारो।
Only oxen-free.
या बड़ी बंडी 8 मिनट वापस आ गया ये। स्वैप कर लेता भाई, स्वैप कर लेता। जीना हराम कर दिया है, जीना हराम।
Regrettably, your middle tower is under
मेरा
attack.
लास्ट गेम देखेगी।
What do you say? Ta-dum-ta-dee.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
12-0-35 Warlock।
Just like in the storybooks. Right.
अरे कोई आ ही नहीं रहा है, देख मैं घूम रहा हूँ, उन लोग को अच्छे से मार सकता हूँ मैं। कोई आ ही नहीं रहा है।
Now we're on it.
वॉर्ड्स देख, क्या खतरनाक वॉर्ड्स है।
Do what now?
रुक नहीं सकती थी क्या?
Right. Follow the bloody red trail. Getting.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, match हार सकते
It'll
हैं.
be an adventure. Good idea. Fox already begun his to nothing there but air. Mind any puns? Right. Oh, don't sharpen it. It just comes this way. What's up?
Reward दिलवाए थे.
I got a real nice step. Tons of fun on the road. Yeah.
The time has come.
Groove on the move.
I am
Coming
ready.
through.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I like
Just thought you'd want to know.
That's how you know we're having fun. Now we're on it. Yes, if you look this swell smell. On your friend to be coming through.
Sad hook.
A bounce in my step.
ये नहीं नहीं.
Is this?
बच गए. जेम नहीं देखा मैंने. Yep. Men are very lame. इन लोग ने इतना स्पेस दिया ना उन लोग को, क्या बोलने का. ये भाई साहब जरा भी सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं.
Rifles new rifles. Catch me if you can.
Your middle tower is under attack. Just thought you'd want to
क्यों
know.
करूं? स्लार को मार क्या किया भाई तूने? पूरा टीम मर गया उधर.
Up now.
Regrettably, your middle tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified.
What's up? Turn up, Teddy. Haste. It'll be an adventure. Material costs. Mind any puddles. Ready for anything. Waiting. Why do you say?
Thanks. Please do.
The enemy's
Please.
bottom tower
Ew.
has fallen. One in a series, I dare say.
Did you? Oh, sorry. Yep. Yes.
Just like in a
I have seen that. What's new? Because I don't believe in this.
on the move.
Yep. Crazy, bro. तो इतना क्विक होना पड़ेगा. ये तेरी माँ. क्या हुक दिया है? क्या हुक दिया है? बट कोई फॉलो अप ही नहीं है हमारे पास. चल इधर. क्या दिया है? क्या? हुक. हुक पे हुक. हुक पे हुक मिला है इसको. हुक पे हुक.
Ole, oxen free.
Money to burn.
Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you. I like it. Yeah, man. Okay.
Follow the
I want to kill him. I can't. Yeah, buddy. You can't.
Radiant's structures are not only fortified, they are positively glowing.
follow the
Eh, मेरा courier मरेगा.
Who needs regulations? Do what now? Catch me if you can. It always helps to hurt. Tons of fun on the run.
कोई फॉलो अप ही नहीं है रे. मैं आगे जाके भी हुक भी मारने का अटेम्प्ट क्यों करूँ यार. मैं मरूंगा अगर तो जेम है मेरे पास.
Coming through. Groove on the move.
नहीं टारगेट नहीं मार सकते.
I got a real nice step.
आजा नीक्स 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 देगा और एवरेज.
Good idea.
चलो इसको मार.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. There. That must feel good.
Definitely. I'm set up real good. Mending without my mind.
अभी जसन मयूं न कर सितम तेरी बाहों में. डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया है उसने. हम एसबी को वो किल देंगे ही नहीं अगर हम सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं.
Bad tidings, I'm afraid. Radiant's courier has been slain. There is certain to be
Tried
unimaginable
to hook
retaliation.
but it was out of range.
I like it. Oh, yeah.
Hello? Anyone have a mic?
Hello.
Maybe you say.
क्या फार्म कर रहे हैं समझ में नहीं आ रहा है.
Ready for anything. A bounce in his step. Aye, aye.
या पागल crazy है।
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Mind any puddles?
अरे माना નથી रे मारा पासी કેટલું બચાયचं सबको बीच में आने का इतना है।
Fun's already begun. Ole, ole, oxen free. Just like in the storybooks.
Secondary infection.
Right. Done. Just for you.
Are you going to meet? I am. ब्रो ये गेम देख दो बस
Cannon free.
Oh, Portio! Oh, ho, 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 ho! क्या? क्या? Come on!
Radiant's structures are fortified. There appears to be some sort of magic at work.
Whatever you say. Follow the bloody red trail.
मैं लूंगा स्लार्क को मैं लूंगा स्लार्क को मैं लूंगा स्लार्क को मैं लूंगा स्लार्क को
What's up?
अबे इधर है रे
Right. Practice makes perfect. A bounce.
इधर गया इस ऐसा
Myself can hold me. Yeah, good idea.
Almost certainly a sound investment.
It'll be an adventure.
दिव्या बेन where are you मैं
It's hard to see that as
गेम भी नहीं खत्म कर रहे यार इतना वो फीड कर रहा है फिर भी
Safe fun for everyone. On the move.
मैं दिमाग नहीं है बे
Hey, where you go?
रीडिंग स्लार के बाद भी इन लोग हार रहे हैं बताओ
Tons of fun on the run. Cannon free.
You have forgotten I was a C player दिख ये लोग 0-15 है और फिर भी ये लोग Agre.
Radiant's courier has been slain.
Whatever you say. Right. You need that leg?
Did you see my new settings, graphics, all this stock market style ticker?
Bloody red train.
2 दिन से बना रहा हूँ. And this top right corner, that
And free.
fudge icon.
Yeah. Smells just like candy. Just like in a store.
See, look at it. It is so good.
Catch me if you can.
Enemy's bottom barracks has incredibly fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Yeah, goal हो गया.
The enemy's middle barracks too good to be true. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Finally ये लोग गेम खत्म कर.
Note well, the enemy's top tower has fallen. Radiant's structures are fortified. In fact, they appear radiant with health. Pat yourself on the back. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
I will watch DI and I will stream it.
Barracks has fallen. You now have mega creeps.
A real long step. Do what we can. Save that one for more.
इधर भाई निक्स 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 हो गया. क्या बात है, बेस के अंदर जाओगे तुम, बेस के अंदर से खींचेंगे. Opa, toma, toma. निकल. मेरा जैम.
Radiant's courier at last. The enemy's
अरे यार मेरा जैम.
little ones behind.
भाई क्रेजी मजा आ गया.
Dire victory! And I do mean dire. I like to think their success is a testament to the man.
जो खतरनाक लॉस ट्रिक से आया हूँ ना मैं 6 minutes I will be MVP brother ये कैंडी में मिला who is has to be me brother why will anybody else be yeah भाई has to be me brother भाई मैं सोलो सपोर्ट किया हूँ क्या बोल रही है क्या बोल रही ये दिख रहा है 3 सेंट्री सपोर्ट 2300 POI for carry team हाँ तो हग्गू ही था if I get ember 5 and do nothing yeah. Watch tournament international warlock game build $27K damage second highest start to end हम लोग ही थे 99% win rate अरे उसने मैं थर्ड पिक था आई थिंक मैंने मैग्नस देखा देख 8th पिक हूँ मैं 1 2 3 मैग्नस और ये था मैग्नस देखा ना मैंने ऑफलाइन उसके बाद मैंने वॉरलॉक लिया नहीं था मैं भी मेरा ना लेता मैग्नस लिया वॉरलॉक ग्रेट कॉम्बो वॉरलॉक नहीं तो WD मैंने अपना ये चेंज नहीं किया ऑप्शन हो सकता है ना ऑप्शन Marlin Malrin यार मैंने सब ट्राई कर लिया है मेरा ये हाईएस्ट है इसके ऊपर जा रहा नहीं है ये ही थोड़ा गंदा है उसके अलावा 290 240 200 ये भी गंदा है टारगेट्स बट बाकी सब आई थिंक अच्छे ही है Yandex आयरन विंग ये कभी टीम सुनी नहीं हुलिगनी ओके 2 मिनट्स में आता हूँ Divya! Divya. किधर है यार? इसमें क्यों नहीं आ रहा? Why can't I see it over here? गलत है ये, गलत। इनको एप्लीकेशन में नहीं दिखा रहे हैं, उधर दिखा। ये 33,000 व्यूअर्स भी है, फिर भी नहीं आ रहा।
There will be an elimination phase where the 3-2 teams get to pick from the 2-3 teams of who they want to play in a absolutely brutal bracket where 5 teams are going to be eliminated, 5 teams go through. You might be wondering how it's possible to have 3 teams that are going to the upper bracket, and that is because we have 2 groups until 3 rounds, and then the groups are going to join. That's why we have modified this format here.
Yeah, and we ended all with the top 8 teams from that modified Swiss in the double-elimination bracket. So we got a lot of cool Dota coming your way. Let's take a look at the Swiss bracket and see how that one is going to play out. Mind you, this is maybe a little bit of a daunting-looking bracket, but don't worry. Throughout these couple next days, we're going to make this all make sense. But it's very simple at the start. There's just one big list of matches we're going to watch in round 1 of this group stage. And these are the matches. All matches you can see today. So that is a big list, but it gives you a big indication of what's coming. And you can easily see many, if not all, blockbusters coming your way. And the group stage, that James has already mentioned, the 2 groups for the first 3 rounds. These are the 2 groups that the teams will be in. Just a quick check. Why do you feel like any one group is stronger than the other, or that you feel like, oh, that's the group of death? I kind of felt like it was quite even.
I do think it's quite even because there's so many strong teams of this. Yeah, it is actually confusing. Like usually you would pick a clear winner.
Yeah.
I might still go with Group A, just on the account of having Vision and Falcons and Boomboys there. I think they might have a slight edge, but even then, Group B has like Spirit, Liquid, Yandex. It's really close, honestly.
Yeah, I fully agree, and I mean we're gonna have to keep our eyes on all the matches. I know you guys have already done the math a little bit. Like, how are all these games gonna be taking place on this one stream? They're not. There's 4 streams going on at the same time. We'll of course make sure you keep up to date with all of them as we're going through them here, because this will be happening on stream.
Oh wow, these are bangers. These are good. I feel like I have to choose NGX. I picked them as my team to watch, and Iron Wing. this is a team that could
win the entire thing. So I love these early matches because you have, like, this is where a lot of upsets could happen. You know, you could have NGX like making their way through the upper part of the tournament if they can clutch something out early on here.
Yeah, they could clutch something out. Absolutely. Let's take a look at Stream B Fly. C.
Yeah, so on Stream C, we're going to have a match that I'm looking forward to between GamerLegion and Aurora, because I think GamerLegion is a team that could come off strong. They could surprise people. They have the potential, you know, they've done like Venomancer Woods in the past and like sneaky game on these better teams, like in theory. So that's a team I'm looking out for. I hope we're going to see some crazy stuff, especially from GamerLegion to be able to take down Aurora. But overall, fantastic games. I think there's a lot of potential here.
And then finally, Saberlight, Stream D.
Oh, wow. These are bangers. These are good. I personally am looking forward to Yandex against HULIGANI. I would say both these, well, they're very interesting teams from different angles. I would say Yandex is the favorites in this tournament. They've been winning for a long time, and they seem to have a really good grasp on the meta. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with. To be fair, the same could be said for Vision. They're also extremely crafty with their drafts. So I would say for these two teams, I'm very excited to see what they come up with. And for the other two teams, Team Resilience and HULIGANI, they're maybe like the dark horses of this tournament. So we'll see. Maybe they pull through, and if they manage to beat one of these teams, that would be absolutely insane. And it kind of sets them up for the rest of the tournament.
I was tempted to pick HULIGANI as my team this morning, actually, because they have Corrupted. And this guy at Dream League was so impressive when he stood in for Falcons. And every single time they would pick a hero, it would be like, there's no way he's Grandmaster tier on this. And we went through like maybe 10 of them or something, and he was Grandmaster tier on every single hero that they picked him. So even these like dark horse teams have some exceptional players. Like, they could surprise people.
Yeah, I am very much looking forward to seeing them play, as I hope they will deliver as strong performance that we see them deliver in those qualifiers. Now, of course, you're watching on Stream A, so let's see what's coming your way today right here. We are going to start the day with the defending champions, Falcons, up against LGD. A lot to talk about with that series for sure. Team Spirit versus Xtreme Gaming. I mean, I feel like there should be a little bit of a pause after saying those two names, because that is such a storied matchup for so many reasons. We'll get into that when the series starts, and I'm sure you've noticed that at the end of the day, there is a third series, and every single series has to be decided, because this will be a match within Group A. So on Stream A and B, you'll get to see the winners of the first round of games, and on Stream C and D, you'll get to see the losers of the first round of games going up against each other. But we won't know those matchups yet until all series of the first line of all streams is done. So we'll keep you up to date with what's happening with that one. There's one more thing that I really think we should be talking about here, because yeah, we got defending champions, and that makes sense because Falcons won last time. They're the same team still. But we got a couple of other people that are hoping to take their second and some even third ages here. And we felt you should be up to date with that, as we have the three-time hopefuls here all in a list. And I think maybe, Saber, some special attention to the guy on the bottom right.
Yeah, who is this guy? I feel like I have not seen him this year very much. Maybe on stream.
He's a popular streamer, I think.
Yeah. I feel like he streams a bit. Yeah, you know, Topius, he is here. I'm batchesting super hard. I am super excited. This guy is extremely talented, especially at TIs. I would say like he always pops off. So yeah, I'm looking forward to what he has prepared.
Yeah, and no surprise that it's Falcons players there, Team Spirit players, and the odd one out maybe also in 33, the only player that has won two very different organizations with two very different lineups, like completely different. And here are the two-time hopefuls. This group keeps getting bigger and bigger, Fly.
Yeah, there's a lot of names here that, you know, you would not be surprised if they're going to win again. Starting from somebody like Saxa, you know, an amazing player. You have people like Bach, which I highlighted earlier. You have the Liquid, you know, trio between Nisha, Mickey, and Boxy. So there's a lot of people here that I could see taking it all, and they've looked really strong coming up to this tournament. And it's just incredible to just be able to consider yourself, even for the running, to be a two-time winner or a three-time winner. It's crazy. you know?
It is crazy, and it is all within grasp. That is going to be something that we cannot understate time and time again, because the playing field is so even right now. We are going to dive into our first matchup of the day with Falcons and LGD, focusing our attention first on Team Falcons, the defending champions. This is a team that has been doing well this year. We showed you their results. They've been good, and Cenk has already talked a little bit about how they're always kind of doing the same thing. But Saber, could you shine some light on how you would describe Falcons' playstyle here, how they're coming in and how they have been playing throughout the year?
Of course. So I would say that different teams have different psychologies of how they approach the game. And I think Falcons as a team, they kind of have the approach of let's be consistent and let's have like a certain structure to how we play. I think they're incredible laners, especially Amar, and they kind of win their games through that. They would do really well in lanes. Amar is going to usually win his lane. Marine is extremely good at drawing matchups that are not good for him. You know, some Viper counter picks, stuff like that. And Skitter's always solid. And then after they win the lanes, they keep it stable. I think that's probably one of the reasons why they've been able to perform so consistently, because they just keep to their structure and they're not afraid to go late game. When it goes late game, they're extremely good at team fighting. And yeah, they just kind of win a lot of games through that they have very solid plan. And then if it goes late, it's fine. They'll just win the game at minute 60, and that win counts for just as much as winning at minute 10.
I remember the stat at the previous TI was that they were the only roster ever to lose a TI, stay as the exact same 5, and then win the very next one. Like, that has never in the history of Dota happened before. So this team, you know, I know they get their criticism for these like 60-minute games. People meme on them. People meme on every like legendary team, but they have done something no other team in history has ever been able to do, and maybe we'll never. Like, it's just such a difficult challenge. So maybe they can do it a third time. Who knows?
Yeah, Fly, you've been on a lot of teams. Seeing a team stay together for we just saw it was 2 years, 9 months. Like that seems crazy.
It's obviously rare for a reason.
Yeah.
I think it's really easy to just point out mistakes after you lose a big tournament, TI, and just be like, hey, we got to change this guy. But it speaks volumes to how much trust they have within the team, how much they trust each other as players, and they believe in their principles, they believe in each other, and that could eventually make you a stronger team in the long run, because once you overcome those problems you have as a team, you become stronger. And it's easy to just exit out, but not for these guys. So Amar, I know he assumed the captain role at some point, and I feel like that was a shift. That was like the biggest change they've had, essentially. It's like going from Snaking as a captain to Amar, and that sort of rolled the things again to like give them a new like fresh breath, more momentum, and that's what we see from them today.
How much do you guys think Owie factors into all of this? Like when it comes to the consistent gameplay and the fact that they're able to stay together for so long?
Yeah, I think Owie has like a huge part in this. I would say there is different types of coaches. You know, like some Blitz is really good at like the people side of things, whereas for example AY is more so focused on Dota and like the nerdy stuff, like, you know, this is the farming pattern, this is maybe like some OP neutral item that you can get on this hero, and like plans, like for example, as I mentioned, the Marine drawing lanes, when I stood in for them for one tournament, AY pulled me aside and he was like, okay, so when Marine does this thing, I need you to like block the wave here and like set up the map in this way. And yeah, they just have it prepared like this, and then it's much easier to play.
Yeah, it's a very unique composition for a team anyway, because oftentimes when we talk about Falcons, we talk about Marine and Amar for good reason. But within the drafting side of things, it is also very, very heavily focused and very similar.
Yeah, it's always really difficult to draft against these guys just because, especially on second pick, they're going to pick a hero. They're going to be like, hey, we're just going to pick the Centaur, and you're not going to know if it's going to go mid or if it's going to go offlane, or the same for the Pangolier, or you have to deal with this Huskar. Usually it's just perma-banned against them. These guys share a lot of heroes, even more than these 6 heroes throughout their entire season.
Yeah, we had to minimize the list.
Yeah, we wanted to take it easy. But when you have two players who are so good at the same heroes, it just creates a whole nother problem for you. And you know, these guys have been obviously amazing teammates and an amazing duo. And I think they're one of the most feared like mid-offlane combinations in the history of Dota, honestly. So yeah, difficult.
Very difficult. Definitely a conundrum for a lot of teams to try and dissect and try to beat in the days to come. One thing I still want to mention about Falcons as well is there's only one player that has the most TIs to his name here, and it's 10 TIs. And it is going the way of Crit. And this is 10 TIs in a row. His first TI was 2016, and he's the only player here at this TI with, well, this being his 10th. So we're counting this one safe. But the fact that it's Crit, I don't think comes as a surprise.
That's a lot of hoodwink, Shiver. A lot of hoodwink.
It really is.
I mean, yeah, he's a talented guy. It's like unbelievable. I don't know how many other players have reached this 10 number.
It was, I think at some point it was only Puppy, Kuro, and Ice Ice Ice, I think, I want to say.
And now Crit is the only one remaining.
And Snaking is second with 9th.
Wow.
So both on the same squad as well.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, Crit had the nice story of like putting all of this time in and then finally making it, you know? Like that was really, really cool last year. So we'll see if the motivation is still there. It looks like it is given his gameplay. Like this guy is just good no matter what.
I think I've played with this guy for, you know, a good amount, and he's just a very stable person, and it comes out in his gameplay. He's going to do his job. He's going to do it well, regardless of whether he's feeling it or not. He's just going to perform, and that's what that's why he's getting to 10 TIs in a row. He's just a guy who's going to perform when it matters, and I think these are the kinds of players you want at TI. You want guys who will perform under pressure, and that's just Crit.
And then you would put Snaking then, I would imagine, in the same category as well.
I think Snaking as well. I just think he had a different road. Like I feel like he got better over the years. Well, Crit was honestly, he was always good.
Yeah.
I don't think there was ever a season when somebody would look back in Crit and be like, this guy was not good.
He started good.
Yeah. Snaking had a different path. He played different roles, and I feel like he actually just got better over the years. And that's also a different testament to how good the guy is. But yeah, Crit, consistency king, honestly.
Yeah. And I guess also for Snaking, it does show in his TI history where he was attending a couple at the start, TI2, for example, and then he had a little bit of a dip, and then he comes back out there at the end with 2 TI titles, though. There's a little bit of a different, you know, success rate there, a bit higher for Snaking, but both of those definitely towards the end of, of the 9 that he has appeared in so far. So very impressive for both of those players, and is that a measuring stick? That's cool.
So what is he doing?
Oh, never mind. He's making sure that the placement, you know, is staying in
blind
the
shot.
mouse mat.
Oh,
That's good.
I was like, is he actually measuring like the exact table height?
Oh, wow, that's a new height there.
We're getting insight into the mind of a TI winner right now.
This is how consistency is created.
Yeah.
I would actually not be surprised. I think if you're playing it, you want everything to be perfect in the way you're playing in your setup. So makes 100% perfect. You take good care of the surface you are playing at. But I can't wait to see what shape Falcons is going to be in at this TI. We'll give a word of warning, because when they do well, they do always lose game 1. It's without fail.
That's true. And they also do bad on the first day of group stage.
Generally,
that for some reason, you know, we're talking all about this consistency, but I guess this is where the young guns come in, you know, and they're all excited and hyped for the tournaments. Okay, let's relax on the Centaur mid for a second here, Malrine. Okay, let Crit play his hoodwink, let him carry you. Chill out with the wave cutting and all this BS that you're doing.
All right. It's enough about the defending champions, guys. We'll talk about them probably plenty more, but let's talk about the challenger on their opponents here, LGD. There's a lot we need to talk about with this squad, because this squad has high hopes. This squad has Thompson, and I think there are so many eyeballs on this team right now. It's the LGD, the organization, making it back into Dota 2 as well. I think that gets a lot of extra points there as well for attention there, Saber. How do you feel about this roster? Honest question, where are they in your predictions?
Yeah, I put them winning the decider, the 5v5.
The elimination. Same.
Yeah. I think this team is super nice. I've talked to a lot of these players at EWC, especially King Jungles and Theo, and they're just lovely people. I would say King Jungles especially. I feel like he kind of came out of nowhere like 2-3 years ago, and he's just been getting better and better and becoming more and more of a personality over these years. He's just extremely charismatic, and also, more importantly, he's a really good Dota player. I hate playing against him in pubs. He is similar to Whitemon, that he usually just destroys me in lane. I want to go farm the back camps, and then he's there as well, blocking my camps. But yeah, it's not only him. They also have Yuma, extremely talented player, and you know,
one of the most improved of the last like 2 years. The guy's an incredible carry player.
Yeah, he has like so many heroes that he can play, and yeah, I would say very consistent as well.
Yeah. I want to take a step back to KJ though, because I think KJ also got a lot of new fans last year. I think a lot of people will remember at previous international when his team came top 6, he gave a killer of an exit interview, and we have, in case you missed it, we got a little snippet for you.
It's you that's watching that makes this special. If it weren't for you, this would be very boring. It's just a game. But with you, it's a dream. It's everything. I love this shit. Let's go. Next year, you're gonna see me here, and I'm gonna win. You're gonna see me here. I'm coming back.
That was one of the most wholesome interviews, exit interviews that I've ever seen, and I think a lot of people resonated with that energy that he gave there, Fly.
Yeah, it's impressive to do that after a loss, because there are a lot of emotions. I've had to give exit interviews, and it's not easy to do what he does, where he turns it around, makes it into a positive, and that leaves an impression of everybody. I was watching it as a viewer, and I was like, wow, this guy, it lit some fire, you know, in you, and that's amazing. That's what this is about. This is an emotional ride for all of us, and KJ he's an incredible emotional person, and you know, that's why we love him.
This guy's a top tier human. I love KJ. Like, I remember having a conversation with him on the way back from Wallachia where I asked him like, hey dude, you know, 10 years from now, what are you gonna do after Dota? And he said, after Dota, that's death. Like, I don't think that far ahead. and
a lovely human.
I kid you not, I looked this guy dead in the eyes. He was serious, full serious. He does not think that far ahead. To him, this is all there is. He is the fiercest competitor.
Okay, well, let's see what LGD did this year, because it has been very good. LGD has been the only team. At a tier 1 event, they came second at Blast number 7, and that was an incredible result for this squad. And it does set a little bit of an expectation there. So these are their most successful results of the 2026 season, which definitely climbing up there also in terms of time. So they're kind of peaking at the right time. Asterisk. Because they do have a last-minute stand-in. But their last-minute stand-in is Thompson, Fly.
Yeah, I don't think you can ask for a better last-minute stand-in with somebody who had such an impressive track record at TI, especially. We all know Thompson is a legend. I also think he will lend well into LGD because he's sort of this wild card of a player that can play different heroes, and I think that's kind of what LGD likes to do. They're a very chaotic team.
Yeah.
And I think that is where Thompson thrives. So I don't know how they pulled him out. It was a perfect stand-in, in my opinion, and I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table, what Thompson is cooking. You never know with this guy. He's a trendsetter. You can see from his results, you know, at all these different TIs, he has an incredible record, right, Saber?
Yeah, I would not want to face against
no.
Thompson. I feel like, what Tal said, that basically, in my head, Whisper is a very unique player. He plays a lot of different weird heroes, and I would say Thompson is similar to that. So you combine, suddenly there is 2 weird heroes. There's like an Arc Warden and also a Bat Rider, and you have to deal with both. So I'm super excited to see what they come up with and how they mesh together. Because from what I've heard, he only arrived to China maybe yesterday or maybe day before, so they've not had time to scrim together. So they're just sending it. And, you know, you beat Falcons in the first round, you're like, you're the GOATs.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. People are going to be scared. You know, this guy streams, and he's setting the meta for pro matches.
Yes, he is.
You know, like, people see him playing some crazy hero mid, and it becomes the meta in actual pro matches.
You see a strange hero in your pubs, all you need to do is ask a question. What did Thompson
was
play
it Thompson?
yesterday?
Yeah.
And then it's probably
did
that's the
Thompson play
answer. It definitely
yesterday?
has still such a lasting impact on the scene, and well, potentially also at this international. Definitely not unfamiliar with an underdog story and a last-minute replacement for a team as well. And we've seen him be successful in that role in the first international he participated in, and won with that as well. So looking good for that squad in that regard. But I do want to talk about the matchup with LGD and Falcons. We talked about both of their play styles a little bit. Fly, how do you think that these two styles will clash?
Yeah, so I think we mentioned briefly, like for me, it is discipline versus chaos.
Yeah.
And it's exciting because you honestly don't know who's going to take it. I think personally, I'm more of a fan of the discipline style where it's like very structured. They know what they're doing. They have these certain expectations of what should happen in the game. But chaos can take it down because you don't know what's coming your way. Maybe there's going to be a pudge off lane, and that suddenly throws a wrench in your plan.
Or
Maybe
safe
they're
lane.
going to catch you level 1 of... Oh, yeah, sure.
Fudge.
For a second, I forgot.
Ang
But
bibi ko nangyari.
even from practice, when I remember playing against LGD, they were just complete chaos. We played them. We don't know what's coming. Caps is always cooking up something, and that can throw a wrench in a disciplined plan, for sure.
Yeah, that could be leading to quite the blockbuster. How will LGD do if the game does go late, Jenkins? It's a question I have because we do see Falcons games go late a little bit frequently, some might say, which obviously great for a viewer perspective. But how is LGD going to deal with that?
I mean, to be honest, it depends on how the game is being played. If there's a lot of team fights that are happening, South American Dota has always been like they are the kings of outplaying you in team fights, right? They would play like the Tinies, the Bat Riders, they'll reposition you. They'll just find a way to win the fight, even if they're at some disadvantage. I think if it's coming to map play, Falcons is going to beat almost any team, barring maybe like Team Spirit or something when it comes to the super late game. So it depends on what heroes they have, but LGD, they do have a real shot in the late game.
I agree. I think what you said about like the about the stability from Falcons and the discipline. Because in my head, I think the way LGD can lose this the most easily is if somehow Falcons have like a better strategy. They come in with the draft that they've prepared and they just kind of roll them over, with LGD not practicing before and not being ready to what Falcons have coming. But I think if somehow they get through that and it's like an equal game, then LGD can super easily take this series.
Is a honeymoon phase a thing that we can talk about? Is that because I feel like from my perspective, like it's a real thing.
I 100% agree, because when you have a fresh breath of fresh air coming into a team, and in this case it's Thompson, he brings new ideas. It's sort of this like motivating factor where like, hey, suddenly my mid laner is going to play these weird heroes like, oh, maybe we should rate this, whatever, Arc Warden, Zeus. Suddenly we can incorporate that into our strategy, and then Whisper is like, yo, I really like how you play Arc mid. I'm going to play Bat. We're going to pick them off on the whole map. That sort of creates a conversation within the team that will roll into different ideas and sort of like this inspirational thing for each other. So I 100% believe in the honeymoon phase, and unfortunately they don't have too much time to practice, just a little bit. But maybe that's a good thing, you know? Maybe that's just what they need to, as Saber said, send it.
And if you're picking weird heroes and like changing the meta, I guess, like that, it does take teams a lot of time to react to that, you know? Like if you're in a very teamfight heavy meta, even if something like Mirana comes back into the meta, I feel like people get hit by more arrows because they're literally just not used to playing the hero if it's been out of the meta for years. So that you can have this positive effect as well.
And if they're more used to the chaotic style, as we say, then that is already the style that they are used to playing as well, with more different ideas coming in as well. So that could be just really propelling them forward, as we are going to talk more about the Dota coming your way. So these are the hero pools as they have been this year, or this patch. But I want to know, I know you guys have your ear to the ground. I want to know what's been happening and what we can expect to see, because everybody knows that the most recent tournament, yes, it's nice. The results probably still important, but the heroes, the meta that was played then, it probably completely changed from 2 weeks ago till now with all the scrims that have been happening.
Yeah,
what's been happening?
There's always going to be like a development to the meta. People slowly realize like, hey, the X hero is really good in the meta. Let's just say it was Centaur was really popular in the last tournament. okay, how do we counter that? They're going to come up with new ideas. I've been hearing there's a lot of like potential IO carries coming back to the meta, which Thompson is quite familiar with. So just saying, maybe there's going to be some throwback there with some gyro potentially mid. No, who knows? Or Bistel. But yeah, I've heard weird stories about IO, anti-healing heroes. Maybe there'll be like a Pudge with Ags offlane. I think Whisper plays that. I'm very interested to see this anti-healing meta because I think Heart of Tarask has been an incredible item in the meta, and it makes these super tanky heroes. So people have to come up with ideas of how to counter that.
But you think there is an item that counters healing.
Here we go.
That item being Cruella's Crozier. My favorite item. Ever since Valve decided to buff it, you can see it in almost every game. It's, well, especially in pro games, because I feel like the meta kind of became healing. A lot of people played Kotl, Necro, you know, some IO maybe. So I would imagine we'll see a lot of Croziers and heroes that can buy it. I'm excited to see what they come up with. I've seen it on some Largos since, you know, thanks to your innate, it is even longer Crozier. So, I mean, that's just broken.
What is a Crozier is the first question that I have, and then the second statement that I have is I've seen a lot of Leshrac in pro level pubs going for Crozier. Like I really do feel like a lot of the heroes that are having the high, you know, pick to win rate ratio, where they're picked a pretty decent amount, but like incredibly high win rate. It is a lot of the Crozier heroes because you have some like Necro in every single game. You even mentioned Largo. A lot of these heroes are insanely tanky. They're healing. You're playing against some Earth Spirit mid who goes like Heart second item. You can't kill him. Like you need something. You need something like this item.
So what is the item? Because people that watch last international and watch this international are like, yeah, that wasn't there last time.
Well, I don't know what an actual Crozier is, but I can tell you it's an upgraded Ghost Scepter. It creates an AoE where you're stealing healing, so you're doing 90% healing reduction. It already has an aura where you're doing a smaller amount of healing reduction, but when you press it,
30-40, yeah.
Yeah, it makes you go sceptered, and then it steals healing and it steals move speed
Come on,
from
show
around.
us the
It does a lot of effects, and the thing has a lot of stats on it too. So generally, it's just overall good item.
I think that's something really cool about TI is that it is often defined by items, right? It's the items that come first, and then the heroes are sort of matched them. Whether it's the Heart of Tarask meta with all these tanky heroes, and then somebody comes with a solution, or you know, let's go back for Wraith Pact to be a defining item in the meta.
Those are the days.
Like you can even go back to Necros, Necrobooks, and things like that. Items that no longer exist. Thank you. So maybe this is going to be Cruella's TI. I don't know.
The Vision Urn is a really good item too. Like there's a few items that I'm seeing in every game out of the new ones that have been added in the last year. It's like Vision Urn and the Crozier. Those are is there a third one that people are going?
I mean, definitely, like you said, Essence Distiller is definitely has been a staple ever since it's been added to the game. Just having vision in the fight on any sort of hero is just ridiculous in itself, and it's good against invisible heroes because it's going to reveal them. Makes Night Stalker very sad to exist in the game because you gain his vision, for example. So it's been rough out there for our boy. I'm sure Saber can attest to that.
Yeah, you can't pick Night Stalker anymore. You are playing against Night Stalker, buy an Essence Distiller, and steal his vision.
Get a Manta style.
Wait, you gotta wait until he steals your vision and steal it back?
No, it's. Oh, I don't know, but I think you just whoever.
Come
you
on, let's go.
You get their vision.
You get their vision, and as we all know on this stream, because we're professionals,
yeah.
Night Stalker, he has a lot of vision, especially during night, especially when he presses his ultimate. It's a big circle of vision, and if you manage to Essence Distiller him, you also get that vision, so you see everything.
Yeah. Very true, and therefore maybe a hero that is countered by the one item might not be played that frequently. We heard about the odd ones out that we hopefully will get to see with the IOs and the Pudges. Are the heroes that were stable in the last month still very much highly contested? I think Lone Druids, Nature's Prophet Centaurs. Is that still as it was?
And the funny thing about Lone Druid is that this hero has been busted ever since like people found out this like Aghanims built on the bear. It's been absolutely busted, and yeah, people were just like the meta became that you just first ban this hero, you don't want to play against it. Then Valve decided to do like a tiny little nerf, which did not help at all. The hero was still busted, but I would say after that, some of the more ambitious teams like Vision or Yandex have decided, okay guys, we know that every team is first banning this hero, so let's just let them pick it and let's see if we can counter it. So then the meta became, okay, can we actually see
Let's
if we
go.
can figure out an answer to this hero, and like some
do you think
gameplay
will win?
where we can like kill him so he
Who do you
can't
think
have
will
his
win?
bear, he can't resummon,
LGD,
and yeah, and then he got nerfed
Falcons,
again.
it's a
So
tough
I feel like at this point, Lone Druid might not be as
very
popular
tough.
as it is,
Okay.
as it was.
So
but
what is the strat? Is it you kill the bear or you kill the guy?
believe in
you kill the
top
guy.
seven.
You kill the guy, even with
But
the
I
nerfs
also
to the
believe in
removal of the bear cooldown talent.
Well, that's the thing. I
Falcons
think
who
like
have been
if you lane
playing
normally, the
together.
bear is weaker now in lane. So you kinda, if you lane normally, you can just focus the bear. You like hit it every now and then, and you play chill. But I would say before that, or just in general, like let's say there's rune spawning, so you just send free heroes and you try to kill the Lone Druid. I would say this hero is like a feast or famine hero. Either you like, you know, kill him a few times and he cannot lane, or you don't kill him and he is just gonna keep killing you and you can't lane.
Okay, interesting. I mean, it's important because Yuma's a big Lone Druid player, right? This guy loves Lone Druid.
Yeah, when we touch upon
Yeah,
Yuma, I feel like I have to
also
ask the question as well. Is
Ina
Meepo
girawa
even
minyo
in the
Mia.
conversation?
We got to go there. Yeah.
I think Meepo, it's always going to be this wild card hero where it can always come out at the right time. And I think the hero is valid in some situations. I think it's actually not bad against Centaur in some lanes, because if you're able to snowball against Centaur, which is a very popular hero that ATF likes, and Marine, I could see him maybe finding the chance. And I know this guy. I've played with him. He always wants to play Meepo. It doesn't matter. Like he will always
He's
be
asking
like,
for it.
He is always asking for it. When I played with him, it's like, this looks like a good Meepo game. And I'm like,
There's a single
are you
ban.
serious, Yuma, or are you just saying it because you want to play the hero?
think
So he will
they
probably
will
find
pick-
a way to sneak it. Maybe we'll see it this year. I would love to see that. I'm not even sure what they buy these days. I think it's probably this like tanking up build that we saw Satanic do not that long ago, where they buy like these tanky items like Scotty, they would buy the Ags.
And
they would buy the
surely
Dresser.
he wouldn't buy a heart then as well. If everybody's buying a heart, then he should buy one too.
He could definitely buy a heart on Meepo. So honestly, I think it's very doable that we will see a Meepo.
I would love to see it. It's been a little while, I feel like, since we've seen Yuma play. It is also because he's of course one of the players where everybody is hyper aware that he does play a very good Meepo. So they're gonna be having that Meepo on their radar, and they're gonna make sure that they have something that can deal with it if it happens. When we're talking about Falcons versus LGD, we have already touched upon on the players a lot. I want to touch upon two players that we talked about a lot already, Malrine and Thompson. But how do they do against each other? Because both players are mid dominators.
That's a good point. This is a weird matchup. You have a guy that entirely dodges the lane and just pulls the jungle camps and like breaks the lane, and then you have Thompson, who's Pugna or something mid, also not playing normal Dota. It's going to be the wackiest, goofiest circus mid lane possible, but also, like you said, two very high-skilled mid laners as well. Like, they can also play the Embers and 1v1 and duke it out and go for every single CS.
It's also really interesting to see, because usually during the year, like teams will play each other, you'll see these mid matchups, you'll know who's probably like better. But in this scenario, I don't think Thompson played any mid laners this year. He maybe might have played Malrine like at some point in his
pubs.
career. Yeah,
but in
and
career,
in pubs, of course.
yeah, in
but
career, not really.
Yeah, so this might be like one of the, well, maybe not the first time, but one of the times in a long time where we see Thompson against Malrine matchups. So very rare.
This is good. This is special edition matchup. I'm really excited for this.
Is that also the matchup of when we look at this team? Are we gonna, when we look at both of these teams, are we gonna keep our attention mostly on the mid lane? Are these two players gonna dictate the game for their team? I guess for the side of LGD, we don't really know too much about how they're gonna do it.
I think it depends on the hero a lot, because I can see Thompson playing some Invoker. It's very popular hero these days, and he has crazy good Invoker. And in that case, I would imagine him farming a little bit more. But to answer your question, I'm also very interested to see the Falcons offlane. I think Amar against Yuma will be a very interesting lane, because Falcons, they love playing through Amar. So I think whoever wins that lane, that team will have the tempo for the early game.
Yeah, I think mid lane is going to be an X factor of chaos. We don't know what's happening. I think the side lanes are going to be very important to dictate the pace of the game. I think Whisper as a player, he's somebody who wants to have a good lane. They will often pick his hero late. Maybe they'll hide it. Maybe they'll, you know, flex some weird heroes on King jungles. I know, like, I've seen him play Axe and things just to juke the enemy in the draft. But if Whisper gets a good lane versus Skitter, that could be a pressure point for King Jungles and Yuma to be able to gauge on the enemy. And I think that's how they like to play often. Even that's what I experience against him is like, Whisper is not showing his hero, even though like we've already picked our safe lane, and now he's coming out with something
They are
crazy,
all sleeping.
like his Enigma, his Batrider, his Darkseer, and just completely takes over the game. So that is something I'm interested to see how they deal with in the draft, what LGD will do to kind of hide their heroes. So I'm looking at the side lanes for sure, and mid will just be like a unknown territory for us. So that's kind of cool.
We'll just wait and see what happens. Maybe once the matchup is known, we'll have a little bit more information as well.
Yeah, once we know it's Pugna versus Primal Beast. Oh, I've seen this one before.
Yeah.
No, we of course want to get the game on your screens very soon, but you might have noticed that there's been a little bit of a delay, but you know, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and it does mean we have some extra time to show you guys the players, and in particular, one of the guys on your screen now playing his 10th international, it's Crits, and we had Pyrian catch up with him earlier.
Here with Crit from Team Falcons. Crit, how are you doing? Reigning champions, returning to TI. You think you guys are in good shape after TI last year? Obviously, the squad is still the same. How is the mood in the camp? Are you guys still hungover from TI, or what's the deal?
We won the tournament, I think, right after TI, but it was like a few weeks after, and I think we were still like riding the confidence.
Still buzzing.
Yeah, and then we kind of hit like a little bit of a bump in the road. I think when we lost to one win in Singapore. We've had some ups and some downs during the season, but I feel like it's been looking better. I think we are getting to a place where we can win tournaments.
A lot of teams these days, perhaps, they sort of lack the sort of identity that Falcons has, where I feel like everybody can identify a kind of Dota that you guys play, a hero pool that you guys have that's quite unique. Do you think that not only having a unique style, but also being the champions has put a big target on your backs, where now teams are looking at how you play, looking at your hero pool, and now they're like, well, we've got to beat them, they want TI. Do you think that was a factor?
I think it's always a factor. I think that goes for anyone that has like a long period of time where you're winning a lot. Like people will naturally just look at you more and be like expecting to have to beat you, because it's mostly about that people know that at some point they're going to have to play against Falcons to win a tournament. So it's interesting because there's a lot of good teams that could go far and could win, and yeah, it's just about whether or not you're able to play through what people counter you with.
So what have you focused on ahead of TI? Is there anything you've been working on specifically as a team? Any particular weaknesses you're trying to address? What's been the approach?
I think it's been mostly individual stuff. I think we also know that it's probably going to be the last tournament for this roster together, so that also means that we...
Why do you say that?
We've played with each other for so long now that it's like we all kind of understand like we need to... It's time that we switch something up, you know?
Really?
Yeah. It's just how it is. Like,
I mean, you've set the record for longest.
Yeah, it's a big thing. You know, we played together for 3 years, 3 TIs. So, so part of that is also there's some pressure involved in that as well. And then when you're losing games because of it, like the best thing you can do is just being a good teammate and trying to like be available and like try to work through it.
Has that been a long time coming? You guys have been talking about changing the roster and shaking it up?
I mean, we talk, every team talks about it after TI, you know, so we talked about after TI. And when you make changes, it's because you want to get better, you know, you want to have some upgrade in some role. And for us, like, it's hard with the success we've had to be looking at somebody and be like, oh yeah, if we change this guy, we're going to get someone better, you know? And I think just people on this team need that at this point, you know? So I think, yeah, it's just natural. I think it's good.
Well, from a personal perspective, obviously you're still going. How many TIs is this for you now that you've played in?
I think this is I played TI 6, so this is my 10th.
Does it ever get old playing at TI? Do you ever think, here we go again? Or is
no, TI is always fun, always exciting. I think for me the bigger struggle is through the year with all the other tournaments. But that's part of the reason why TI is so big, is because you have to earn it. And I think for me, I've always been very happy just participating, and I think you gotta have that respect for the tournament as well to have a chance to even go in the first place.
Crit, thank you so much for that interview. It was really interesting, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
I think if you don't have that kind of respect for the tournament, you don't make it to the 10th. And it was corrected. Fly, you kept quiet when we were talking about 10 TIs in a row. You're one of them.
He's too humble.
He's too humble.
I didn't want to say anything. I was like, I don't, you know, it's fine.
This is why he went to 10 of them. He's
That's
humble.
true. That's true.
That actually makes sense. You're just like Crit.
Yeah, I think it's just myself, Crit, and Puppy, if I'm not mistaken, who had 10 in a row, which obviously it's an impressive feat. And you know, I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to sound egotistical or anything. So yeah, it's an achievement, and I'm proud
More
of it.
like an
I'm sure
achievement,
Crit is
bro.
proud of it as well, as he should be.
I love this concept of the respect for the tournament. This like conscious gratitude that he has for it. I'm curious what you think about it as another 10-time TI player. Like, do you also practice some conscious gratitude towards tournaments?
For sure. I think we should all be grateful to have a chance to do what we love and make a living out of it and be able to compete in the highest level possible in front of the whole world,
Living the
whole Dota
dream.
community, and all the fans who honestly make this happen. And I think it's weird to not have that mindset, honestly. So anybody who has made it this far, I think, to some degree, will respect the game, will respect the audience, the fans who made it all possible.
I guess maybe this is a bit of a weird question, but I guess my question is, does it give you a competitive advantage? Is this something that gives you the stability as a player?
I think it helps the mindset because you know what you're playing for, right? Like you have this goal in mind, you have this vision of where you want to be, how you want to do it, and you want to be able to get here again to this thing that you had before. So for sure, I think on the mental aspect, it helps a lot.
10 in a row, but you've been to 11. You didn't say that either.
Wait, I've been to 11?
Yeah.
I thought it was... I don't know.
This guy's
honestly,
really good.
I'm not sure.
11 TI.
Why are you here?
No, I actually don't know.
Damn, so many that you lost count.
Yeah, exactly.
My steak is too juicy. My bank account is too full. That's good.
3 to 13. So if you count and 3 and 13, crazy. That's super impressive. And of course, also for Crit and for snaking as well. 9th, he's doing very well. He's also very much up there, very impressive. And we'll see how far they can get as we are getting ready to get LGD and Falcons underway. Don't worry, we will get there. But I do want to talk a little bit about the support geos because we touched upon the players and the longevity about having played long, and I think we touched a little bit about the stability of Crit. But I want to compare Crit and Snaking to Theolicore and King Jungles. Saberlight, how would you compare those two support styles? Because I feel like both are quite different. Is that where the chaos comes from LGD?
A little bit. I would say the chaos is mainly just their drafts, kinda, and then it kinda builds on top of that. But I would say, like, for both of the fours, I can see them a lot as roamers. I would say Crit, especially. Well, it kind of depends on the game, because I think some games Crit is like roaming, helping Maureen, securing a Skitter's lane, and some games he's just enabling Amar. They kind of bring everybody there, and they play through him. I mean, I'm sure that is why they're so good, because they can kind of do whatever is necessary from the game. And in my head, I see it a little bit similar for LGD, where they can play through Whisper, but they can also play through Yuma. So I think both these teams are able to like just do whatever's necessary in the game, whatever makes sense.
I feel like also the side of Falcons in terms of the support Geofly. I mean, we can easily say, like, that guy's gonna play Enchantress, and then Crit's gonna play Hoodwink, and it doesn't differ that much. And maybe there's different hero there, but their heroes also are not gonna get banned. But they're gonna play it, and they're gonna play it consistently. There's maybe a higher variety on the side of LGD. Is that fair to say?
I think so. I think especially King Jungles. I think Theolicore kind of has his heroes that he's good at, which are pretty similar to Crit, actually. They both love their Hoodwink. Maybe Theo has his Coddle, which is a bit more like his style. But King Jungles is the kind of guy that he's going to play anything for the team. It doesn't matter what. You're going to pick, like, let's just say Necrophos and be like, hey, this is not that good of a Necrophos game. King Jungles, you go play it. He's going to be like, yeah, guys, it's fine. I've seen this guy play Axe. I've seen him play, like, the weirdest heroes just for the sake of being able to give one of his cores, like, a better pick in the draft. So he's going to be the one that I think will have the bigger variance on his team, for sure.
Theolicore in Crit comparison is actually very interesting because Theolicore, I think, is like modeling himself after Crit. Because I remember back in the day, when I was playing Dota 2, I was playing...
You're not playing anymore?
No, I was mostly Minecraft. Theolicore, like, there was this archetype of NASA Dota player, because we all played on the same region, that modeled themselves after Crit. And it was really obvious. They'd be spamming the replays, they'd be playing his exact heroes. That was when like Crit was on EG, right? Like everyone looked at you guys as the dominant team that nobody could beat in the qualifiers, and people were copying. So it's actually kind of cool here because I feel like this is a Be Your Heroes type situation for Theolacore. I bet if you asked him like who his biggest role model was in terms of learning how to play position 4, you can literally see it in his heroes. It's Crit.
Yeah, I want to talk about one of the heroes that you see on your screen.
I don't know how to
Wasn't
play
there last international. This is the Frog. Largo has joined the fray, and Falcons deals with it a little bit different compared to other teams. We've mostly seen Largo taking an off-lane role archetype. Apart from Falcons, they put it not frequently, but they do sometimes say, give it to
I
Crit.
hate Largo.
Yeah, the hero is
a
bit weird. I think it's maybe well at this point I think it's a little bit figured out, but you could have kind of played anywhere. I've seen people play
that
mid.
do
I think
damage.
LGD
I
themselves
don't
played
like
mid
heroes
at many
that
occasions.
don't do any damage.
It's a very solid offlaner. I'm surprised that Amar doesn't like it because you kind of farm on the hero, you win your lane.
Aura
So I
heroes.
think it does
I don't
fit
like Aura heroes. I feel they don't have any.
his archetype. But to be fair, it also took me quite some time to get convinced to finally frog it up. So yeah, I think they just put it, but you can also play it as 4, right? So Crit has very good frog. The beautiful thing about it is you just kind of lick people out of danger, and then yeah, you just play your song. So as it doesn't really matter what role you are, your spells are
the same thing.
Yeah.
Like as long as you can lick them, you're good.
Yeah.
But you're saying that Amar is not really playing the Frog that much.
No.
And we know Melreen doesn't either. I mean, they share hero pool, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
So for Falcons, do you feel like maybe it's a little bit of a handicap that they don't have that flexibility to the Frog? Or are they just that strong on all the other heroes fly that you feel like doesn't matter?
I think it doesn't matter for them. They have plenty of heroes that
If
they're
you're not
they
looking at the
excel at,
video,
and I think
it
they'll pick
feels
Largo
like
only if it makes sense.
Seb
I
is
think if
talking.
Crit sees like a position 5 that Largo is good against, he will pick it, and Amar will probably pair up like some Razor, some Viper, some kind of like this range toxic hero Necrophos. So again, like we keep talking about discipline, consistency, that's just how Falcons are. And I do think they have solutions as well for a Largo on the enemy side if it is picked. But with LGD, you're not going to know where it's going to go. It could be King of Jungles, it could be Whisper, maybe it'll be Thompson. I'm not really sure what he plays these days. You never know with this guy.
Everything at this point.
Yeah.
I do vaguely remember him playing Largo on his stream for one day, and then everyone was copying the Largo build. So I could see it coming out. It's not as big of a deal that Falcons can't play it for Amar, compared to when it first came out. And Largo was literally the best hero in Dota, bar none. Like there was nothing else even on the S tier. Maybe even between S, A was empty, and then B was all the other heroes in Dota. Largo was that good, but to me, it seems like it's just a decent hero.
I think the funniest thing is that when we first heard about Largo coming out, I was like really excited because this was like supposed to be a support hero. And the offlaner stole it from us. So like, we'll take this Frog and we'll just be better and more, this is where it's going to go now. You're not getting your Largo anymore. I'm sorry. Right, Saber? Nice.
Not me though. I did not like the hero. I did not want to play it. But eventually I got convinced. But yeah, it took some time. Now I miss not being on the bandwagon when it started.
Yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda, No, I agree with you, Fly. Though I really thought that's a support hero, and then yeah, it wasn't.
I thought it was another.
Turned into it.
I thought it was a second IO. A fun IO that gets to play music. I mean, the cores are stealing IO right now.
They are
too.
stealing IO right now.
Every time.
It's really hard out there.
Kiritich is out here playing IO with Undying safe lane. It's unbelievable.
We need some more Terrorblades 4 to like balance it out. Put some carries on support.
Oh, those were the good days.
Yeah.
I think there could be a situation right now. I think Darkseer is a very good hero in the meta right now.
Yeah.
I think he's very popular, buys good items. He's strong in lane.
Yeah, Pasol was hosting this, no?
Largo 5
Watch
could potentially be a counter to Darkseer. I have played it before. I don't know if it was an official or a practice, but I have laned as Largo versus Darkseer because I finally had an excuse to play it. Like, give me the Largo Saber, just, go away.
You lick the shell off, right?
You lick the shell off.
If he tries to run away from you,
search.
yeah, you lick that off.
But then I have the question: traditionally,
I wish I
before
was
Largo,
there.
it was always Oracle versus the Darkseer. Is it better than Oracle, or would you only go for it if Oracle is banned?
I think it was sort of like a pairing where if you have a Largo and a Shadow Fiend
Yeah,
together,
that's a
they
good
just
one.
pair nicer.
Oh,
If you have an Oracle
really?
and let's just say a Sven, a hero that's decent against Darkseer, that could be a nicer pairing that we might see as well. And that is a good shout out to Oracle. I think that hero is a little under the radar. It's not the strongest laner, but if you see a Darkseer, you could have an excuse to play Oracle, and that
When
hero
is
has
your
amazing
course
spells in the game,
starting?
and it tells you where the runes are, which is like a really underrated thing about the hero because you're always gonna know where the rune is.
And if you have Melrine versus Thompson, you know, if that is an X factor, you want every advantage you can get.
If one of them is a rune-taking hero, yeah, for sure. Because sometimes you'll end up with like Invoker, for example, as you guys were mentioning, and you know, that hero doesn't really care too much about
Yeah,
runes.
मैंने
It's just
इसको
so hard
low
to say
रखा.
because, like you guys are mentioning, for LGD, the draft can play around any of the cores, and we don't really know what's going to happen in the mid lane. So there's
Is it
just too
fine
many
now?
question marks to surmise whether runes will be important. You know, for Boom Boys, for example, to me, they're
Boom Boys.
the best current Oracle team.
So much prep
because,
left on
you know,
my
GPK
end for
will
university. When is
get
your
every
course
single rune. I
starting?
think there was some series they picked Oracle twice, and he got something like 39 out of 40 runes. Like this is how much they focus
need
on that
to
element of it, and a lot of other teams are not really thinking
find a
as
house
much
and stuff
about it
now.
as they are. I think.
If we're talking about
Like,
Oracle,
reach
like,
there
especially with
before
Falcons about to play,
the
I feel like I
course
have to bring out the
starts.
Huskar.
There might be
Bring
a
out the Huskar and talk
orientation
about
and
that
stuff.
because for a little while that was a hero
Second week
that
of
was
September.
first phase banned, but only against
And
specific
when are you
teams.
leaving?
This being one of them.
Yeah.
Is that still the case?
Very much so.
Yeah?
I don't think Falcons are gonna get Huskar the whole tournament.
Sure.
First phase ban every time.
Yeah, I mean that's how we approached it. It's just Malrine is too good. He stood in for us for one tournament, and he was just too good. We got him
1 week
Huskar
in
one of the
advance.
games,
Oh
and
my
it was
God.
just I don't know. I was farming creeps, and this guy just did everything in the game. He made all the calls, killed everybody.
Oh my
killed
God,
Rose.
really?
Yeah, I think this Huskar is way too good. So I don't believe many teams.
How long
when
does
was the
it
last
take
time
for
you
the
guys
visa?
actually played against Mallory and Huskar?
There was one tournament
been through such a
where I think
situation.
we made the mistake of leaving it. I don't remember exactly when. It was during the season. I'm pretty sure we lost.
What are the comms like after you let the Huskar through and this guy's just like 8-0 at 16 minutes?
So usually it goes like, he's not going to pick Huskar here, guys. We can do X. We can pick whatever, Ancient Apparition or something. And then he picks the Huskar and they're like, huh. Silence. There's just dead silence for like 3 seconds, and then somebody's gonna try to bring the mood up. Like it's okay, guys. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna deal with this Huskar. Don't worry. No, don't give this guy Huskar. He has
Hopefully not
the
longer
unique
than
ability
15
to like. It's kind of a static hero when you think
okay.
about it. It's a hero that doesn't move around.
But
a lot,
I think
somehow
there is
Malrine
an
plays it
option
in
to
a way
defer
where
as
he's-
well, right?
He's winning his lane.
I
He's
mean,
taking
at
your mid
least in
tower,
Canada,
and he's
you
also
can
attacking the
defer if
side
you
lanes.
don't
He's
have a
literally
visa,
everywhere on the map. He's a menace, and then he
or
scales
they
into the game.
allowed
He takes Roshan.
you to
It's
study
so
from
hard to
your
play
home
against this guy's
country,
Huskar.
like
Are there any other
on
other
teams or
heroes
stuff.
that have to be first phase banned against one player in particular? Because I feel like that doesn't
Because Canadian
happen
visas
for so many
take
tournaments in a row.
longer.
Normally it
in the
doesn't.
whole tournament.
Yeah,
It took me
normally it
around
doesn't
like
stay
what,
so consistent, and I feel like Melrine Huskar has been
6
like that
months
for a
to
little
get
while.
a
I mean,
student
I
visa for
guess
Canada.
maybe not for GamerLegion now, but there was like the Ghost Lone Druid.
Yeah.
That has been a thing in prior tournaments. Maybe not on the same level because obviously the success Malrine has had in the last 2 years. Picking the Huskar is pretty unmatched.
I think 9 class actually is a unique player where he
yeah,
has like
absolutely
some
right.
really amazing standout performances. I think actually Io is one of the heroes
Topson
kind of consistently banned only.
बोलना मैं
against
टॉपसन को
him.
लेकर आके
GH
उसी को
as well,
कैप्टन बना
actually.
दिया.
Now that we're thinking about it, he was another Io guy that you had banned against him. So
वो इधर से
yeah, now
ज्यादा
that
तो
we get the
YouTube पे
conversation
कमा
going,
रहा
I can
रहेगा.
think of those two players, 9
और
class.
वो सोच
GH
रहा
versus
रहेगा मैं
Cotto,
आया भी क्यों यहाँ TI खेलने
probably
के
some
लिए.
more out there, but that is a
YouTube
very
का
unique
इनकम चलेगा
thing to
मेरा.
have in a team because it forces your hand to either deal with something that is so hard to play against, in this case like the Coddle, the Huskar, or you're gonna give or you're gonna give these guys something completely different.
भाई मेरा एक गेम हो जाता.
Oh yeah, XM
इतना टाइम पास किया हमने.
Yeah.
Even first phase?
So
it depends on. I remember there was a tournament. Maybe it was one of the Wallachias where Blitz said you just first phase ban puck against this guy. You do not let him get it. And then the second phase is for the sniper vipers. You know, but if it's a really strong puck meta, which I'm not so sure. I think the orb nerf, they took like 1 second off of it. It's a pretty big deal. We'll probably still see it. I think it'll still be good. But I don't know if it's as oppressive as it was prior.
We'll see. In my head, it's also Huskar is quite unique of a hero that basically it doesn't really matter what kind of meta it is. If you're a good Huskar, it's a problem always. And
I think
guess
he has,
Marine is like one of the players that
he is at
doesn't really
that
care
stage
about counters.
that
So then it's a problem.
Yeah.
Like
he
if
does
you at
not
least
care
have,
anymore.
like 2-3 heroes that you can play against it confidently,
he has
then it's
achieved
fine.
everything.
But yeah, against Marine, he doesn't care
Slot
about
मिला,
Viper.
खेल
The
लो.
only hero he cares about
नहीं
is
मिला,
Ancient Apparition.
you मैं
And
जाके
right
streaming
before he
कर
makes
रहा हूँ.
Huskar.
That's a cool hero right now. I think it's
Ancient
gotten,
Apparition?
yeah, it's gotten buffed a couple of times. She was getting
She was
excited.
so happy to have you here today.
Okay, I can never be the first one to bring it up. You know, it's one of those because it's like, oh, here she goes again. But you did it first, so
No
thank you.
problem. We did say how it's a healing meta with a lot of, you know, Necrophos, Ios, Coddles, Ancient Apparition. It is a hero that obviously stops all that and it's been buffed consistently. This is usually like what you want to look at as heroes that have been buffed like multiple patches in a row. And that is Ancient Apparition. I'm pretty sure I've seen Boom Boys play it already. I think Atomi is like some guy who likes the hero.
Oh, he will.
He'll play heroes like that, yeah.
I love
he
it.
likes these like spellcasters. So that is a hero that I'm actually looking out for.
I think we're looking out for a lot of heroes. But as you might have noticed, they're not yet on your screen. We are working very hard to get them on your screen very soon and to get, of course, our series started. But it's not going to happen just yet. We are going to take a break and we'll be back when the games go
The
live.
game
So stay
is
tuned
already
for our first
so
series,
long.
Dota 2 here at the International.
The International. What the hell is this, man? ये तो मत दिखाओ. Vision resilience. किसी का भी मैच नहीं आ रहा. अरे ये वाले का नहीं चेरी. Yep. I like what she wears, like the necklaces and stuff. उसके पास एक गनम सेप्टर का नेकलेस है. Falcons versus LGD. I think Nigma. Nigma. यार ये सब में ब्रेक ले लिया इन लोग ने. This is a Karaji. This is a Karaji. Agani. See, it looks like this. It looks like this. It looks crazy. कहाँ से लिया? Etsy? I need to check it. Etsy? हाँ, AliExpress पे भी मिलता है काफी. आगाने necklace. Which side? Yeah. ये वाला Steam Workshop. Nope, won't do it. No, I'm not you. eBay पे I will send it to you on Discord. Discord. यार ये गेम आता है तो मैं सो जाऊंगा लग रहा है. इतना है टाइम पास. टीआई कैंसल्ड बोल रहा है. You need help with jacket purchase. कौन सा जैकेट चाहिए रे? Seriously, so much. यार इससे अच्छा तो मैं गेम ही खेल लेता यार जेन्युइनली जेन्युइनली This is actually so pathetic. GG Shanghai. No games, man. What the hell? 2.9 million. ये ओजी का भी मैच है ओए 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 आला होय टीम एशियन में 2000 व्यूअर्स निग्मा गैलेक्सी में 3000 व्यूअर्स ओजी में 1000 ओनली क्या बात है और नहीं तो क्या चाइना ही है चाइना इन लोगों का गेम चालू भी हो गया ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है 1 minute I think नहीं हुआ नहीं हुआ कोई इन लोगों को हैक कर लेना चाहिए लाइव कैमरा देखने के लिए अबे यार इतना कौन हकता है टूर्नामेंट में Why so humble? This is too much humble for first game. We need to start getting better server. People don't watch them. Come on guys, what are y'all doing? Come on guys, what are y'all doing? Level up. Level up, level up. ऐसा कैसा कनेक्शन रे चाइना PI cancel oi 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 ऐसा कैसा bro be right back everybody is going absolutely brother and I could have played this is too much come on man Gabin. What you doing, man? I message Gabin. Lol. Wake me up when this shit starts. Oh my god. So funny. Oh, really? Really? China, China, China. This is a crazy, finally.
The moment we have all been waiting for, our first game of the International 2026 is upon us. We got Team Falcons on the Radiant side, LGD Gaming on the Dire side, and the first bans are already on the board. The first pick will go the way of Falcons. And yeah, we're in it. I'm here with Saberlight, Fly, and Jenkins, just in case you forgot. And we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of this draft. We already have the Enchantress band that we talked about for snaking. We have Earth Spirit Centaur removed from the pool as well on the side of LGD. And we got, actually, it's LGD first pick, my bad. I was wrong on that one. But we got Tree and Protector, Keeper of the Light, Viper, and Lena banned. And that means a hero that we talked about is still left in. Please, Saberlight, why is the Husker not banned?
I love speedrunning being wrong, so thankfully we at least had the break, so I wasn't wrong instantly, but I was wrong like an hour after. But perhaps they will not pick it, and I will not look as dumb. Yeah, they left the Husker. I like the bans. They banned some ENG. Perhaps that's for Darks here. I think Earth Spirit and Centaur, they're just very good Marine heroes. And they also stole the Hoodwink away from Crit.
Sorry,
Okay.
there it is.
There it is.
Yeah, that's exactly what we said. And now there's going to be a moment on LGD's side like, guys, they won't pick Huskar, right? We can doom them or Ancient Apparition, but then they pick it anyways. The Hoodwink did not stop the Huskar. Quickly touching on Hoodwink, I do think this is going to be the hero of the tournament. I think we're going to see Hoodwink in pretty much every single game that it's not banned, because it is just such a powerful support right now in the meta. It can go both as position 4, it can go as position 5. any hero that can deal, like 1,000 burst damage and basically just have two heroes be able to pick off one hero on the map constantly, which is what Hoodwink does. I think it's just too powerful. But there's a Huskar on my screen, and I'm already worried. I'm already sweating for LGD. Jenkins.
You mentioned the Ancient Apparition as something that Malrine always tries to ban out. So I guess let's ignore that for a second and talk about some of the other potential counters.
Doombringer?
Doom is there. It's a long cooldown, and I know these really good Huskar players like Malrine are pretty good at playing around it with like blink daggers and only taking fights when you can like kill the Doom, or when there's somebody behind you and you can like save from the Doom, things like that. The most frustrating thing here for LGD, which they knew that this was coming, is that now the whole draft is dictated by, okay, how do you counter the Huskar? Because you're not going to do it from just gameplay, right? You need some sort of counter picks.
On the bright side, this is something they could have easily spent weeks preparing. You know, it doesn't matter. You know what you're up against. The game is going to be defined by the Huskar pick as well. So LGD can have crafted this monster plan, and better yet, in this game, if LGD is able to beat it, this will put Falcons in a very different position, because if they're no longer going to be the team that have that first phase ban against them always, it leaves a lot of options open. The Ancient Apparition does get banned out.
And that's what the part I want to highlight, is that I feel like both these teams were kind of preparing for the Huskar, because I feel like the Hoodwink is good hero against Huskar on paper, because you have your ultimate, it breaks, it's like good. Hoodwink ultimate does counter Huskar, and if you look at the Falcons draft, they already banned Viper and Lina, which are two good mid heroes against Huskar. They're both ranged, they can kind of stay away, not get speared by him. So I'm imagining that LGD had a talk with Thompson, like, are you afraid of the Marine Huskar? He probably said, no way, Jose, I can play my
First
Arc
pick
Warden
Huskar.
or whatever it is.
Sniper?
Perhaps?
Maybe that's the whole reason it gets let through.
I think Sniper is actually very volatile against Huskar. I think if you are not an excellent sniper, where you don't make a single mistake, the Huskar will just destroy you in lane. And if Sniper has a bad lane, that hero is not very useful in the game. So I would really,
My
I know
prediction,
Thompson does play a good
LGD was
sniper,
already...
but I'm actually really curious what they're going to pick here to match up against Huskar. And then let's not forget that Amar also plays Huskar.
True. Yes.
They could just be keeping it hidden. I think that's what they'll do.
In 1, 2,
Crystal
3,
Maiden.
4, 5, 6,
I love this
7,
hero,
8,
so I'm going to quickly just touch on that.
4,
I think
5,
that's
6,
a
7.
sort of this underrated hero in terms of supports, where she's kind of been forgotten, but that is a snaking staple. She's a very solid laner. No pun intended.
For me, LGD was already
she
in
has
top
pretty
8.
good spells to move around the map, with 2 offensive spells. And I
Emar.
think she lanes okay into Hoodwink, because we have like this physical damage barrier with her innate. So I think CM is a nice hero. I don't think it directly counters anything, but I'm glad to see it here, honestly.
Yeah, and we also see the Wind Ranger, which could be both carry and mid. I think Yuma has a really strong wind, but on paper it is good against Huskar mid as well. You have your wind run, so you can just trade hits while you have 100% evasion. It's not as good against Crystal Maiden. The roots are a bit annoying, but let's see. Maybe they can leave it like they flex it until the last pick, this Wind Ranger, and it could be both carry and mid.
Yeah, that's a really strong lane. Win Tusk as well. So if Falcons did run a Huskar off lane, he could potentially struggle against these two heroes together. It's like lots of physical damage and kill threat on him.
I think they're no longer going to send this Huskar off lane no matter what now. I think when they see this kind of lane, potentially Tuskar Wind Ranger, I think you don't want to lane that. So I think they're just going to focus on putting it mid. And we see a return of Shadow Demon. This hero has been kind of out of the meta, and Mars. They're really busting out some of the most, iconic Falcons heroes here, because they saw this Wind Ranger and they decided, we are going to counter this Wind Ranger. Shadow Demon with the Purge against Wind Run. That means you can always kill the Wind Ranger in fights. Mars against Wind Ranger, another very good hero where you can arena her, keep her in place, because, Wind Ranger is this very mobile hero. So they are directly countering, and indeed, like, they decided that this Huskar is just going to go mid, which I think makes sense. It's logical. So now is the question:
Thompson,
what is Thompson gonna do? Is he gonna play the win mid?
Oscar,
Are they gonna
CM,
counter this
Shadow
Mars
Demon.
with some kind of Yuma hero? Actually,
They
Meepo's
need
not
to
that
go
bad
some
against
AoE.
Mars. Just saying. Just saying.
Good, pull it out.
Yeah, it's a decent Meepo game. How is CM against Meepo?
I don't think it matters that much because you're
Have
gonna
you
root
seen
one
how
Meepo,
many
it doesn't
people
do it
watch
much.
Well,
him
with the
live?
chart, you could route all of them, so then it's maybe okay, but...
It's not enough, I think, to dissuade you.
Ooh, even spicier. And that's a good hero. They have
अबे PL
maybe like a CM route against him
Why?
and a spear, but that's about it. Otherwise, it's really hard to kill this PL from the Falcons heroes. And it is Wind Ranger mid. Well, or offlane actually. Whisper also plays Wind.
That's true.
Okay.
It's the
Maybe we need
classic
to get
LGD
out of
of
arena.
flexing everything because we know the supports can either play the Tusk or the Hoodwink. They can put that in either lane. The Wind Ranger can go now mid or off lane. So if I'm
Mid or
Falcons
off lane.
and
Nice.
I assume it's a skitter
Only
aspect,
they can
it's
pull it
pretty
off.
obvious here. He kind of needs to address this PL, I think.
But they already banned the Sven, which is one of the best counters to PL. I don't know what else is there. Maybe like some Luna. You just need some AoE damage to deal with the illusions.
What about like a Necrophos, something like that? That's a pretty hard hero for PL to play against pretty much the entire game, honestly.
It could work. I can see that. And then, oh, I see. So Falcons, they are banning an offlaner. And they're assuming it's Wind mid, which makes sense. But yeah, the Falcons ban are a bit harder in this situation because you'll basically need to. Oh, they have last pick, right? The Falcons have last pick, so at least they'll see like how the
अरे
lanes
ये
are.
बंदा पहली
when they
बार
pick their carry.
चेयर पे बैठा है.
Darkseer being banned does make me lean towards like the Luna type heroes that are really good to get an illusion of.
There's also Alchemist. I think that could be an interesting hero for Falcons.
Yeah.
Like additional initiation, which is something they like. It's a hero that buys Radiance. Not too bad against PL. And funny enough, I actually think Crystal Maiden is one of the best supports in the game against Phantom Lancer because you have a lot of AoE spells and her ultimate just destroys illusions.
True.
Obviously, she could also get punched and instantly die in the fights. That could also happen. But if she doesn't and she gets her spells off, it's one of my favorite supports if I had to choose something against PL.
I got a spicy one.
Mm-hmm.
Skeeter Tide Carry.
That might be a little too spicy for me. I'm going to stick with the Alchemist and the Necrophos, but they are going to see everything, so they get to choose the best possible matchup. So what are we thinking for LGD, actually? Because they have to make the choice, where's this Wind Ranger going? And I think it's just going to be mid at this point, because they know the matchup.
Is any of the signatures that Whisper had, of course Darkseer is already out, is it still viable for either a Bat Rider or an Enigma? Is that completely out of the question?
Oh boy.
It's hard to say, right? Because
Tiny
it's a
man.
blind pick.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know what he's laning against. So some Enigma can get a bit scary because Gyrocopter and Bristol, they kind of destroy you when you're playing Enigma. I imagine he's going to pick... Yeah, I agree with Tal that it's probably Wind Ranger mid, and I would imagine Whisper picks some melee hero that pairs well with the Hoodwink. What that hero is up in the air. Maybe I can see like some Brewmaster. I don't know if he plays it, but
What do you want out of it? You want some team fight?
The Doom is still there.
True.
For the Huskar counter.
Mm.
That's a melee hero. I mean, it's a bit greedy having like PL, Doom, Wind. Who's gonna do something on your team?
Thompson on the Wind Ranger.
I also believe like their approach to this Huskar on LGD isn't necessarily let's counter him 1-to-1 with the Doom. Let's just counter him with our like free man basically, because as long as Wind, Tusk and Hoodwink are together on the same screen, clicking heroes, clicking spells on this Huskar, he will die because they have enough stunt, they have enough physical damage, they also have a break, so they don't necessarily need to counter him, I think, anymore, but they might.
I'm actually curious because I think you can usually look at the bans and that sort of tells you the narrative of what they want, and these bans kind of tell me Enigma still. I know it's a little sus because they can pick the Gyrocopter and stuff, but if you're a confident Enigma player, and I do think they want to put the Tusk as a position 4 because Phantom Lancer should lane better with a Hoodwink in lane, just natural synergy. I can see Enigma, that is my call. Let's see. I was wrong. That's a different range hero though, a Whisper special.
A Whisper special, or is he gonna? They're gonna still swap?
They could, theoretically, they could.
Up in the air in this point, maybe. A quick question: how much impact do you think Wind Ranger level 5, the execute talent, is good against Huskar? Like, are we even going to get there, or is that so late that it's nice when they get it, but it's not like part of the discussion?
I think we might get there. I think both. Well, I think LGD wants the late game. PL is a hero that scales really well to a late game, so we'll see if Falcons are able to like make early game moves, open some towers, and just end early. Then I think they're happy with it. But yeah, late game, if Wind gets this talent, PL gets his items, then it gets really hard for Falcon.
Let's go Alchemist.
Well, they got only 7 seconds left, so yeah, this decision needs to be made. And
There it
it's
is.
indeed the Alchemist.
Good calls, good calls.
Yeah, I think the Alchemist just makes sense. It's just Falcons, right? We know they're gonna pick their signature heroes, and they literally pick like the most iconic Falcon heroes that I can think of, like some of them. They needed a Radiance hero, something, an additional initiation to the Mars. So you have like this double jump, which I think Falcons loves. So this is honestly exactly what we predicted. This is stability versus chaos. We're gonna have a PL, which we didn't really expect. We have this Thompson Wind Ranger mid. I don't even know how good Wind Ranger mid is, right? Like, it's a bit of an X factor for me.
No, that's what we expected,
Exactly.
the X factor in the mid. So that's, yeah, I don't think anybody was expecting the Huskar to be let through. So that's another X factor there coming out. Is there a team you're leaning towards with this on the board?
Honestly, I'm definitely going for Falcons.
Okay.
I think I'm just naturally inclined towards the stability discipline, and I'm like, I can see what they're doing. This is just classic Falcons. I also really like the Shadow Demon as like a counter to this Wind Ranger. I think this is a hard Wind Ranger game.
Yeah.
So a lot of it is going to be up to Yuma getting a good game and Whisper getting a good game. But I don't know. This is classic Falcons. I'm going to go with them.
We're going to find out if Falcons, the defending champions, can start the day with a win on the board, or will LGD start their honeymoon phase here on day one of the group stages of the International. We're finding out with our commentary duo. It's Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, absolutely looking forward to this one, and thank you very much all at home for your patience as we've been waiting to get into the action of this one. Falcons versus LGD. We're going to have a lot of fun here, Fogged. Already, we're just seeing Thompson turning up here with LGD, and he absolutely would have said to them, I don't care about the Huskar. Leave it in. I've got a plan. His plan is the mid-Wind Ranger. Is it a good enough plan?
It's a hero kind of counter, but in the game overall, like they were saying, is it actually a good hero in the overall state of things, right? Where I have to say, because this is definitely a really different kind of style that we maybe anticipated in overall games. But for this specific two teams playing against each other, we knew that this was going to kind of happen, right? We knew this Huskar, it was going to be posed the question. You got to answer it. Let's see if they actually did it.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to see play out. And also just a question for me looking at Falcons lineup. Yes, it's Falcons as stable, heroes, no surprises. It's what we know they like to play. But one of those heroes does stick out, because the last few times we've seen it over the past few months, the Mars, this hero, it always loses Fogged. It's had some changes, some buffs.
Small.
But very small.
Very small.
And obviously Amar, one of, if not the best Mars in the world. Can he show us that this is the hero right now?
I mean, this is going to be definitely a test, and I think when you're playing the first game of group stages, this is the time to test. And we not only have Mars, right? We have CM as well too, which isn't really the most popular shirt.
But Falcon, he loves it. Always tries to find to get the CM, and the CM I don't mind, right? We do CM, and I feel like CM, honestly, I would say maybe
I can do that
I think other teams might look at this hero and see a position for it. As you can see, we do unfortunately just have a little bit of a pause. Hopefully, there's a little bit of a pause. Hotkeys, it's going to be fine. This pause is only going to be a couple of minutes. Don't quote me on that. And we'll be on to the action as we just get everybody reconnected back in.
But I think Tal summed it up really, really well toward the end of the things, right? Here we go. Well, see, what we anticipated from these teams, but overall for the overall state of this TI, we're not going to see drafts like this from every single team, not by any means. We didn't get Io or Largo even touched. I know a lot of teams were talking about how popular these were, so yeah, we'll have to see what we get. As we said, stability versus volatility. Let's see which one reigns supreme in this one.
Absolutely. It's, of course, Thompson. So good news, obviously, for all the top. Well, I was a little worried myself, coming to TI. I was like, well, I'm probably not going to be able to keep up with all the Thompson streams. Well, lo and behold, we are the Thompson stream now. So we're ready to go
any day.
Mid for LGD into quite a challenging matchup, as you say, sure, hero to hero.
there are reasons for the Wind Ranger, but you're still turning up to TI, and your first game, it's in the mid lane against a Maureen Huskar. That's quite a challenge.
And we got to mention the game overall for the Wind Ranger, right? There's an SD Purge. It's one of the absolute hardest counters in the game for the hero. You can't really use Wind Run too effectively. There's not great other targets to really purge either, too. So
they've got some. Well, they've got the snowball.
They've got the snowball.
There is
and
a
the cookie.
save
They've
and
got some. Yeah. So there are potentials to kind of protect him, but that is one of the hardest things. And same thing for Mars. You get that Wind Ranger in the arena.
You can't
need a BKB pretty much. So
and you don't want to buy a BKB because who wants to buy a BKB? You want the damage items. You want the flashy stuff, especially when you're someone like Thompson playing it in the mid. So it'll be excited to see what sort of build he does go for.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see also, right, like the Snapfire, we have to address, it's gotten nerfed quite a lot.
वो हंसकर हेरल्ड जैसा क्या खेला उसके मुंह पे जाके क्या खेला वॉर्ड किया
Well,
जैसे
see how
उसको
that
पता
ends up
नहीं
working for Whisper in the soft lane. No, it's one of his favorites. He has a super aggressive lane that he's probably going to have for him, right, with the Tusk. So see if he can put that pressure onto the Alk.
Do those nerfs mean that it's kind of been pushed out of roles such as the mid, or you think we will still see mid Snapfire?
Well, certain mid Snapfires weren't really nerfed. GPK wasn't even going the Spellcaster build a lot of the times, right? Sure, I think he started to switch toward the end, adapt, and be the same as some of the others, but I think we could still see the chance of it.
LGD gonna try and annoy Amar a little bit here. See if they've got enough to bring him down with the two of them.
He should be okay.
I think so. We'll just take a little bit of damage on the way out.
Nice rebuke usage. As soon as the tag team gets popped, rebukes them back. He actually, I think they missed like 2 full seconds of that tag team there. So this is what LGD is very good at doing. So I know they're talking about stability versus kind of chaos in a way of these teams, but something the two supports from LGD are always very good at doing is stability in early game of planning their moves, right? They always end up blocking camps. I think Saberlight was mentioning too. Sometimes when you go to those side camps, those supports are just there. So they're very good at determining what they want to do, in the first like 5 to 10 minutes of the game. If it's going to work, we'll have to see.
And so with the last pick for Falcons, going for the Alchemist.
Strong.
As our panel did what Tal predicted.
अरे
What are we
टॉप
seeing
का
from the
गेम
Alcs
देखो
nowadays?
यार
Are we getting Aghanims coming up early in the build, or you're building entirely for yourself? How does it vary when you're playing the Alc safe lane at the
I think
moment?
still those Radiance, that Radiance BKB, and then you can start giving some of them if you feel like
Who's getting an Aghs this game? Like, who are the hot kind of early Aghs?
I mean, the Huskar.
Gifties.
The Huskar,
Huskar.
sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Tends to go to the mid laner as well, too. Bottom, a lot of damage. Whisper's alone.
They should be able to take him out here. Yes, they will. Skeeter getting himself the first blood to start things off here in the safe lane as the Alchemist.
Insanely far up there. Gets isolated, just gets brought down. This CM, something they were mentioning. Hero you don't play against too often nowadays too. It can catch you a bit off guard. Does do a lot of damage. Is pretty strong in terms of the laning phase.
See in the mid.
It's mid matchup, right? We got to see how it ends up going.
Yeah.
They picked it specifically for Thompson. Not only, of course, for the matchup in the mid lane. Of course, later you can just focus fire the Huskar. You have ways to address him, but it is to be able to not, just get crushed by these fire spears. But as we know, Maureen, the best Huskar.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have played against a few mid-win rangers in his time. So not an uncomfortable situation for Maureen to be in. So far, Thompson keeping up very well with the CS.
KJ.
If that continues as the levels come in. Poison stack up. Crit's going to be able to bring down King Jungles on the top lane. Already able to find some early kills on both of the side lanes here, Falcons.
A lot of the games that we've seen, me and you, right? The Mars, he struggles from the moment the game begins, too. And I feel like they got him in a position where I don't know if his lane is going to be too difficult, right? We look at the PL, it's hard to get aggressive with this hero in the laning phase versus something like Mars. So I am looking at Amar this game, and it looks like I'm going to hold it a little bit. It looks like a pretty decent Mars.
Setup's nice.
Right? There are ways to play around. He's got ways to set up with the SD. He's got someone else that's going to lead the charge for him with either the Huskar or the Alk. So Snake trading here with Theo. And some things we should, of course, mention with this Alk and this Crystal Maiden. I would say that these two are the big addressers of the PL in the game. As Fly was saying, that the CM can be sometimes, not really the best because you just get exploded, but you have ways of controlling the illusions. You have ways to slow down the attack speed with your ultimate at times, so.
Lane. Thompson slightly fallen behind now. The denies starting to go in the favor of Maureen, but at the least, showing no signs, of course, as this Wind Ranger of getting bullied out of the lane. He's able to hold his own.
I know something me and you were mentioning to each other was, are we going to see that early rotation that comes out from like a Tusk? Because they do have some pretty decent ones to try for. And okay, small adaptations. Orb of Frost has been buffed recently as well too. So I was hoping we'd get to see more of this picked up. We're getting to see it at least from mid lane versus a Huskar.
What are you going for first as the mid-range range? You're still just getting the javelin, or?
What do we see? No, I mean treads, right? Treads, and then what was Makoto, the one that we saw doing it the most? I think he went Dragonlance a couple of the games that we saw. I can't recall exactly, so we'll have to see.
I never know with Thompson.
No, exactly.
Might have something, in particular that he's cooked up, which I imagine he would have. Knowing that he was going to be going against Falcons here in this first game against Marine, who if they leave the Huskar in, he's going to pick the Huskar. Thompson's preparation has probably gone beyond just I'm picking Wind Ranger. He's got something exactly in mind for this scenario that any mid in this situation would have known that they were going to be in if they leave the Huskar in the pool.
It's hard to vary too much, though, right? As these Wind Rangers, he can't go for something crazy like I don't know.
Thompson not scared.
Weird item. Amar has the Lotus. Looks like he should be all right.
Gonna be all right. Plays it cool.
Has a lot of HP built up here. Steps up again. Doesn't give me a little.
Yeah, but he's feeling confident. He's gonna be ready to press that Lotus if he needs to. He's sort of teasing with the Miramar. Yuma wants to chase. Oh! Power shot. Lotus comes in just in time from Amar.
That was very close to drop as well.
That was as close as he gets there. Nice attempt from Thompson, but Amar, he was more than ready for that.
Thompson already straying slightly away from the mid lane. Sure, not crazy amount because you're a Wind Ranger, you can do it from such a distance, but looking at the last hits, definitely feeling that pressure from Malorine in the mid lane. Bottom lane, though, even though they did kill Whisper, we're seeing the effect of that Snapfire with the Tusk. Very strong versus Skeeter. So much burst damage if he does step up. Still a threat.
It's going to be good setup for Whisper.
Raindrops
to get some good ults off this game. Right, having like a Tusk, a Wind Ranger, Hoodwink, looking to set things up with their stuns up front.
And they don't have, let's say, like, distance close, right? Ways to gap close in a way. This Snapfire could be a little hard to get to sometimes to cancel the ult,
That's
right?
true. It's going to be down to the Mars, right?
Yeah.
Having Amar getting the blink online.
Like, they want to get the initiation for the most part onto the Snap to prevent him from getting those far kisses, because they have great ways to blast from the distance. Skeeter?
Theolicore's been nice and annoying here for Skeeter.
Very obnoxious.
Showing that he doesn't have an easy time picking up the camps down here on the bottom.
So lanes already look to be broken. They're actually shifting. KJ down here too. The PL in a 1v1 versus the Mars. So let's see how Yuma is now going to do as he's been left alone up here. Not easy for them to really set up onto this PL. Bottom, Snay.
I mean, he's really trying to do his best to keep Theolicore and King Jungles away from Skeeter, but nice little snowball comes into play, and Snaking's going to lose his life for this. Big pressure being put on here by the two supports to just really try and slow down this Alks early game.
That's what I was mentioning early on. That's the biggest thing I've always seen from LGD is these two supports. Like when the way that they pick and choose their moves early on, they know who they want to pressure. And as we're seeing, it's the Alchemist. But that does mean you're going to have to deal with this big Huskar. Unless you want to make another rotation at some point soon, you're going to have to accept the fact that he's going to have this armlet. He's going to be able to show up to these side lanes. He's going to be able to assist.
Bring King Jungles back up to the top here as Yuma's starting to feel the heat here under the tier 1. Further TP's coming into play. Thompson is going to be looking for the rotation. Straight in with a focus fire on a crit. Have the protection of the disruption to hold Thompson back, but as it comes to an end, Thompson continues to chase down. The rest of LGD look to close it onto Amar. Crit taken out. Parasite's going to be off the mark. Shouldn't matter though, as they'll be able to chase Amar down with the rotations. Take down the two of them. Thompson gets the double.
Punishing the aggression. They went under the tower. They're a bit deep. They had everybody already rotating through the gate there from the two supports, and Thompson with the quick move. Yuma staying very low on HP here to kind of bait them as well too. Very nicely done. Yuma does have to be careful. You know, some small mechanic interactions that we do see. The Shadow Demon Poison, right? You can't dispel it. So it's always going to indicate a lot of times which one that real PL is. So Yuma does have to be quite a bit careful, but his farm looking pretty decent. Sure, he's at the bottom of the course, but, well, bottom of the other course. The Mars now, though, is the lowest one after that death.
And this is the thing, right, that Thompson can do to kind of keep on track with the net worth of the Huskar. You know, Marin, sure, once he's got the arm that he's going to be making these moves up and down the map, but even then, he's never going to be able to be as mobile as the Wind Ranger that can very quickly zip up and down the map, look to get involved in these early plays, and find these sort of dream situations where Thompson gets both of the kills going his way.
And overall for Malorine, right, sure, going to the PL's lane can be easy, but going to these other lanes, they're not the easiest for him. There's Focus Fire, there's Snapfire Kisses now at this point. There's definitely kill threat if Malorine's not careful. So some very good pressure plays as we see from LGD now in these last few moments. Not letting Skeeter get some good time. Skeeter's still in level 5.
Yeah, pretty deep. You know, 8 minutes in, already playing around this cliff.
Yeah, liking it.
Marin,
now.
he's going to have something to say about this. He's going to look towards Thompson. Thompson turns with the focus fire concoction out onto Thompson. He's got to be a bit careful, keep his distance now from Marin as the win run comes to an end. They'll lose the Theolicor.
A little too deep this time. Really trying to put that pressure onto Skeeter here, but the numbers turn up from Falcons this time. And Amar will be very happy about that too, because that all the enemies turn up into his jungle. He's able to hit that top tower a bit here and catch up on the Mars as well too.
And what do you sort of see this game from? Is it going to be Soul Ring into the Blink, or is it going to be some sort of Soul Ring Yules build from Amar?
It's a pretty good Yules
recover
game.
Like the
easy.
It's good versus the Windrunner, right?
Yep.
Good versus the Snap
Easy
as well,
recover.
some protection if he needs it. So, could see it. Amar.
Going to be some reaction to this.
Going for a solo play here is incredibly risky.
Yeah, Yuma TP's in, and quickly behind him, Theolicor, they're closing onto Amar. He was not ready for the fast TPs.
He kind of, I mean, he going for that play was pretty
But maybe he's setting up the long-term play. Marin and Critter here. See what they can get a response, but the kisses are coming in, so Marin cannot push forward for now. Has to start backing off. Crit, he's going to end up going down, so it's all ended up with Yuma getting a double.
Snowball!
Not going to connect in time, so Marin at the least will be able to bail out there.
But that was, I mean, hemorrhaging a bunch then. That was, honestly, Amar playing way too far forward, going for some type of, like, little pressure solo play, and there's quick reactions. LGD, last 5 minutes, all going their way, at least in terms of them pressuring and slowing down any of this farm. Alchemist, though, as we're seeing, Skeeter is starting to get that catch-up because of
even with that pressure that they're trying to put on him, he is still managing to not fall too far behind, so should be on track to still have a pretty solid entry into this game as the out.
So perhaps maybe this is something they're, you know, it's not like Amar wants to
What
die
is
there,
TS?
right? But he wants to try to pull some attention away.
Yeah.
So.
Want to
That's coming
adjust.
on the tower as well. I mean, Amar had to cancel his TP back out to lane. The fact that LGD still had the four of them up here.
Love how aggressive they're playing.
I mean, TPing
great.
in, but he's also going to have to cancel his TP.
They did reveal their ward, though. That was a sneaky position that he is TPing from, so the fact that they see it gets identified. Amar is 6. Considering if he wants to drop the ulti.
He's thinking about it. Honestly, might just settle for King Jungles. Yeah, he's going to get the push back up pretty quickly, but will not save himself. Mar's going to push on for more. We'll get the courier. Can't quite find any opportunity, though, to catch anyone else in the arena.
No, not the easiest with the Tusk around. Tusk can bypass that arena, of course, with the snowball. So, and with the space, yeah, Thompson doesn't make the shift toward tops. His team had enough, and he's going to go Maelstrom.
Going to go for the standard.
So more of the standard, unlike we've seen like Makoto and a couple others do.
Cool. I, like this. I mean, I do feel sometimes when they don't go for the Maelstrom, it just feels like such a great item on the Wind Ranger. Like just, it's like, well, if you don't go Maelstrom, you feel like you're missing out.
He'll have some great scaling, that's for sure. It's going to give him the extra, of course, not true strike, but versus the Radiance as well, too, when he's hitting the Alchemist.
Much
that'll also
money
be pretty
would
decent as well. Getting those extra little procs that can bypass.
LGD have given to Thompson?
Radiant's timing should still be pretty solid for Skid, as we say. You know, they really did try their best to put the pressure onto him, but he's still finding ways to stay at the top of the net worth now as the Alchemist.
Slow down a little, though, right?
Yeah,
Because we have
it's not, it's not like a dream out start, but considering the circumstances, I feel like Skidder is definitely getting more than LGD wanted him to with how much focus they were putting on him.
The fact that the Huskar lineup, though, is the team that has lost their first 2 towers in particular, right? The top tower did die with the rotations from Falcons, but losing their mid, losing their safe lane, it allows LGD to have access to these jungle caps a lot easier, and honestly, Falcons, they want to hit a lot of jungle. When they have this Alchemist, even when they have this Huskar still at this point. And the scaling, we do have to look, right? LGD has some very strong scaling. So does Falcons, of course, but a PL, a Snap, and a Wind Ranger as it gets to these super late stages, when they have built-in breaks as well, too, for a Huskar, can be pretty problematic, so.
And it is early days, but as so many times, Fog, when we've seen teams try the Mars over this last year, it just it falls off, and then it never gets back up. And we're seeing at the moment, now Mars at the bottom of the network. Great shackle coming in into the kisses. Not enough time to initially get the towers.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
They will finally bring him down. Thompson, is he
Oh
gonna
my
survive?
god.
Won't kill him off. Marin definitely gave it his best shot there with the armlet toggles. Was not enough to survive. As LGD come out top, and more top lane, they try to Yuma, but King Juggles comes in with a sharpshooter and just bursts through Amar. So the arena comes out.
Oh my god, that
oh dear. Crip, he also might be in trouble. He'll have a disruption. Should be able to catch him with the stun, King Jungles. Yuma's closing in.
Next level.
The poison. Nearly dead.
Oh my god.
A blood grenade. He's bleeding out.
He's all right.
Okay.
That was insanely close. So I think he got what the fourth or fifth poison stack there. Snay trying to get a sneaky play. No way.
I mean,
he's got him.
Oh, dead.
There we go. That blood grenade would do it. Yep, Snake King. Okay. He's trying to hold the team together as everything else kind of falling apart.
Snaking.
A little bit here on that top play there from Falcons. They try and go with this move with the arena, but goes horribly wrong. It's another death on Amar.
We said it was going to be more stability from Falcons. So far in this game, we're seeing the stability quite a bit more, I would say, from LGD. Some questionable plays a little there from Falcons. Bottom, though. Those nice toggles, but it wasn't enough. Thompson showing up with this Ring Ranger so far. 4 kills for him.
Very, very, very clean entry into the game from Thompson.
Top 2 net worth as well. Not too far behind an Alchemist.
Oh, see if they can do something about him here. The shackle.
There's the purge.
Crazy, bro. Crazy.
Disruption will stop the
Dead.
sharpshooter from hitting.
He's caught.
They'll take the 4 of them, but they do bring him down, and the kill goes the way of Maureen. Puts an end to the streak.
Having a good entry to the game. Now that Shadow Demon is online, though, has the level 6. The purge will be something Thompson has to be able to address somehow with his teammates. Snay. He's going to do what he always does. Bit greedy, right? Rushing that shard. I think it's something you just have to do.
I want to learn that stupid hero.
To get that farm, and it is very good versus PL and versus Tusk. Having that secondary root can prevent the saves pretty effectively. Amar.
Getting some good info here, Theo LaCour. He's able to set up straight away on a Snake King here off the back of that invis. They take him out.
And Amar, Roche.
उन लोग दोनों के ऑप्शन थे उन लोगों ने पहले सीएम को निकाला.
Amar trying to crawl away. Should be speedy enough though with the phase boots. He'll get out.
Space for Skeeter, I guess.
I see, that's the thing.
That's what
Skeeter
they're
is
trying to
enjoying
do.
all of this space.
Right.
Even if these plays up top don't go smoothly for Falcons, Skeeter is getting all the space in the world down on the bottom side of the map.
Okay.
They want to do something about it. The smoke's coming in. LGD, they're going to get back on to trying to slow down this Alchemist game. They're looking for the gank in the jungle. Let's see if they find him.
And Amar is going...
He's a step ahead. He's already out.
And Amar is going for the blink instead. I guess because of that reach thing that we were indicating as well, too, being able to get into the back lines, get that clean initiation. Sure, Yules is excellent this game, but wants to just have that initiation so to stop
it's fair.
kisses.
But it can be risky, right? Because then you are this hero that is a little behind. You've got that blink. If you jump in and you die, it gets kind of tricky making the team fights work. So let's see what they can do. Here with the blink reveal. Smoke up from Falcons. They've got to hit hard with this one.
Purge is online, so it does have it again available for Thompson. If he gets found, very likely just dead.
Yep.
Whisper's farm continues to be pretty crazy. The power of the Snapfire sure has gotten some nerfs, but
Bhai,
still,
I have seen like I had a game.
Lane is good. Farm potential is great.
They've sort of got
HD
the
था.
in position to try and block off this move.
मेरा
But
carry
he's been seen and they are in with the blink. They catch him. Snowball comes out.
उसने illusion निकाला, Spectre मर गया.
The Snowball actually taking him out of the
हाँ
arena.
funny था वो.
Is it enough to get him away from this? He's going to try for the TP, but there's a frostbite up. They'll bring Thompson down.
Was having a good entry. Now they're starting to find these kills onto him. Getting a bit aggressive there. Gets found. Good shackle, but nonetheless, they have more than enough to catch him. Yeah. Falcons, they're reading the movements.
They are.
We said, they're hemorrhaging some of these kills, but it's their sacrificial
Spectre का illusion निकाल के उसी के ऊपर डाल दिया. वो खुद ही मर गया.
He's getting all the benefits from all of it.
But then I guess on the sort of flip side for LGD, it's sort of at a moment where, sure, Falcons, they can go for these plays where they're like, let's hunt down Thompson. We've got to kill Thompson. But Yuma's kind of like, Thompson, you've done enough. Sure. My game is set to go. I'm going to have the chance now to get this, the PL online. You've done enough. It doesn't matter if they're ganking you. I'm going to be the one that's able to take this game to the next stage.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we do have a bit of similarities coming from both sides in that front.
Yeah.
Because this is, as we said, it's going to get to a point where it's a difficult win Ranger game. There's going to be these answers. But for the PL overall, his game as it gets later and later looks pretty damn good, right? If he eventually gets that Scotty timing, it's 3 strength healing cores. Like, actually, it's 3 strength healing cores. It's not the Mars as much, but Huskar and Alchemist, that Scotty's going to be fantastic for us.
Rip. Gonna get some nice, easy setup here for Maureen.
Starting to get some big kills here. Maureen up to that 4-1. He's got the Lance finished up. And these heroes, as you said, triple strength cores too. They're gonna get very tanky very quickly. BKBs are also gonna be huge, especially when Skeeter's able to get his. Once he has his, it's very limited options for them to really go for the kill on the Alchemist.
It's a step ahead of Amar. Whisper though, ready to follow up, and Amar not going to get any help here.
Still, he is definitely struggling though, as we're seeing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
9-12, nice action-packed early game here.
HDR farm network 2700.
And yeah, it's going to be BKB, as we figured, right? BKB, and then he can start going for, if he feels like they want to go for those Aghanims, or if he wants to just build along for himself. It is also a very good just Alchemist building for himself game, to be honest. Going for like these ACs and Bashers and whatnot. It is quite nice for him. So we'll have to see if he does want to go down that route. Thompson, as we said, needs a BKB this game, but that's not going to be the end-all be answer. Can just get purged. Going to be able to bypass that completely, but will be able to prevent him from just getting stuck inside that arena.
Falcons, and they want to go again here. Amar, straight in. Gets the jump on the Thompson. TP's coming in to try and help out. He's going to miss the spear. And now with the kisses coming in and back up around, Thompson's fine. They just turn. They're going to be able to blow up Maureen.
Thompson so ballsy.
He gets a tip for that one.
Oh, that's...
He knew he wouldn't die, so he didn't even back.
Great tackle comes in from Thompson into the cookie setup onto the both of them. The Olicore does die, but Skeeter, he's in trouble. The ult comes out here and attempts to buy space for Skeeter to back off, and honestly it does. It allows Skeeter to get out of there, Snaking able to rectify some of the fight. Skeeter does jump back forward, but they still manage to snipe King Jungles at the end with a spear. So
what an insane fight.
They get the support kills. They do lose their mid, and as you say, could have been a bit smoother there from Amar, but off the mark with the spear initially.
It's also losing the Huskar, right? A hero that you don't really want to have these type of deaths on can hurt quite a bit into your scaling potential as these later stages. So yeah, spear off the mark. I believe Amar had just bought the shard as well too, so that hurts quite a bit there.
We saw very quick to turn up to that.
Yeah, and Thompson, he's getting some really nice shackles, gotta be honest. There's a couple there that we've seen. Smoke, LGD, Mars Arena's on cooldown, same thing for that Chemical Rage. They're gonna take advantage of that.
See who they can catch at the moment. It's the two supports that are the closest to Falcons. They'll settle for it.
Quick, easy one.
Easy delete.
Tormentor is also up. If they can go through the portal and set up for it, it is a potential for them.
They can take it down pretty quickly.
They can. And hard for, as we said, for Falcons to contest. Sure, they've got Arena, but can they even get there in time? It's not really looking like they can.
Would be risky if they did want to try. They're probably just going to let this one go to LGD.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing, you know, even though we talked about it a lot, the panel did too, right? The stability versus the chaos. I feel like we're seeing, even though it is the chaotic thing from LGD, it's a little bit more of the stability from them with the way that they're predetermining their moves, making that move top for a potential kill, but then it just progresses them into that Tormentor. So some really clever stuff. KJ gets the shard, one of the better ones you can get to.
Can you, if you're LGD, contest this rush?
Ultis are online, they're healthy. Can they get there in time though? I think they can, yeah.
So
Not
Falcons,
easy for Maureen to just go for this.
Yeah, they're a little hesitant on fully committing for the Roshan, especially with LGD just sort of back off the map.
Uh-oh, look at Amar is queued up. We always talk about this. It's never a good sign when we see Amar.
And he's not going to buy it.
Not going to buy it.
He's not going to buy it.
It's a frustration Midas queue up. Oh, Concoction gets popped. They're trying to secure the area here to...
Yeah, they want to fight first.
Yeah, or fight first. Because the BKB is there for Skeeter now, so he is very strong in the fight. LGD though, BKB's now finished up for Thompson. Falcons is going to continue to poke it. Continue to get this information here with Amar.
Yeah, trying to speed it up over the CMO.
What? Looks like they should be able to get it now with all this. Speaking of Snake, you know, also, we had to mention this Crystal Maiden. He's level 13, Owen. Quite high level.
He's having a good time.
Yeah, Crit only level 10. And we did mention the CM, he is going to be kind of this hidden factor versus the PL as the game goes on.
We'll be interested to see what Amar does spend his money on. What do you think he's considering? Is it
he just goes BKB?
Just the
yeah, I think it's a BKB game. When you're playing versus Snapfire, it's too much overwhelming damage. That puts the Hoodwink. Ag's done, so Yuma getting closer and closer toward those big timings.
They're going to make the jump on a Skeeter straight away. Amar's going to try and get help out, but
doesn't get the BKB.
He's got to back off. They lose their carry. They will get the Olicore in return, but they won't get Thompson. He's out with the BKB in the win run.
Quick and explosive kill.
And Yuma, he cleans up Crit at the same time on the top lane, able to find him here by the looks of it with the help of King Jungle. So LGD continue to find these favorable trades, keeping the overall net worth even, you know, considering the fact that they're against this carry Alchemist, and being able to get away with plays like that. They fully commit onto Skeeter. Falcons, they couldn't get there in time to keep him safe.
I think overall for Crit, right, the fact that he's not there is a bit of a problem, right? He has to be the one that's sitting around the Alchemist overall for the most of this game because he is the save. Sure, you've got this arena, but you want to have this SD disruption because if he's there, that probably lives. Gets disrupted, gets the BKB up, is going to be able to turn. So Crit maybe with some mispositioning there. Lil here. But does get caught from the PL. Thompson did have to use BKB for that kill. And okay, Thompson is even gonna go. I was wondering if he's gonna do this because they're playing versus so many of these, you know, strength slash heal players.
Block
He's
you
killing
कर रहा है.
himself. It's usually not what you see built on these Wind Rangers.
As you say, that sounds pretty good, Brian.
Sounds very Thompson.
Scardy's great, and just having those extra stats on the Wind Ranger, he's switching.
It sounds very Thompson, but nah, he's switching it up. He's
Maybe if this was a pub, he would have done it. You know, he would
Yeah.
have experimented, gone for the Scardy mid-Wind Ranger build, but not yet at least. Maybe later.
They
Maybe
probably
it's the 4th, 5th item.
I think they also communicated, and Yuma was probably saying
He's switching it around a lot, actually.
Yeah, and I think Yuma's probably saying, "I'm going the Scotty. Like, let me do it. It's better for me, and then we can adapt." And
What do you think of it? Will he settle with? Because he was going for Chrysalis, and now he's queued back up the Lincoln Sphere. Does he need the Lincolns this game? Is that pretty...
Versus the SD
You've gotta
Purge,
get
I
the
think the Lincolns is
Yep.
probably the best in terms of
Lincoln
defensive
is
and
good.
offensive capabilities. The Crit is the best for just straight
But
up
after that, he
offensive,
needs
but it's also way
something to
cheaper.
reduce
So
armor.
I prefer the Lincolns. It's just more beneficial for everything, right?
That's fair. And it seems like they're already doing enough with the damage, right? Like we just saw then, if they get on top of the Alchemist, they could kill him.
If the SD is not there, yeah.
Sure. Maureen.
Does have a Satanic now.
Yeah, very, very stacked here with the Satanic. There's still a couple of minutes left on the Aegis. They'll settle for just trying to take the tier 1 down on the bottom lane.
I gotta be honest, we're getting quite a treat though. Less than 1k lead.
Yep.
Yes, there's an Alchemist on one side, so you could say for LGD it looks nice because of all this, but Falcons still farming very effectively here. As we said, overall for Falcons, sure, they like to go for these late games no matter what. Even if their lineup might not look like it's the most late game oriented,
it
they're
doesn't,
okay.
right,
It doesn't overall.
But you would say the Falcons element of them being so used to those sort of situations means they can make it work.
They can. But I would say, yeah, LGD, there's Lux. Just on paper,
The
if
खड़े
it
खड़े
gets
दो
to these
tower
super later
निकाल दिया.
stages, it does look stronger. But we'll have to see how it plays out.
Mark on the hunt again here.
Whisper. That's a great find.
Yep, they'll go for him.
Literal best target you can find, especially because Whisper's also gone. Very greedy build. Foregoing the BKB even with the next. Now he probably needs to buy it on this Snapfire, but going for the Chasm Stone and all these other small items in between too. He's vulnerable now on this snap. Probably for the next 5 minutes or so. If they just get on top of him, he is dead. And Amar now does have the BKB, so this could be a pretty big timing here that Falcons can take over the map with. See how LGD responds.
See what they can do around
Come
the
on,
mid.
buddy.
Minute left on the Aegis.
Let's go, Thompson.
So they want to try and see if they can
Thompson,
poke it
defend
out of
something,
him
brother.
easily. They can. They won't be able to take the Aegis out of him. Amar gets the arena down. He's managed to sort of trap the two supports. Ult comes in here for Snaking. They'll clean up both Theolico and King Jungle. So the supports are taken down.
Falcon's not afraid of a fight at all at that point without Whisper. When Whisper's not alive, they know there's not really a way that LGD can fight into their lineup. Whisper is very important. Maybe, I mean, I think it is a bit risky that he did go for such a greedy type of build from that off-lane Snapfire, because he can just get jumped and killed over and over again now until he has that BKB. And Falcons, they will have triple core BKB to be able to play very aggressively forward. That's two tier 2s claimed. They can go for that last one now if they'd like to. Quite a big gain in these last few moments for Falcons.
Skeeter very close to having the AC. Interesting enough, though, because I did see him buying and selling. He did for a moment buy the Maelstrom, but then
I wouldn't
must have sold it.
Yeah, I would not have liked it. I mean, I can get why he wants the Mjolnir versus the PL, right? But I think this is better for your team and for you overall.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
That's why I thought maybe
he did consider it.
Yeah, that's why I was like, maybe this is a game where Alchemist just builds for himself. And yeah, he is, at least for now, doing that. Eventually, of course, the Aghanims for the Huskar and for the CM even can be pretty valuable. Sounds silly, but it's a CM versus a PL. So like this, if this CM can get to a point where he has BKB, like Aghanims, etc., Snaking can do a lot in this game.
Armor reduction.
Just has to worry about one thing, right? Just punch. If he gets to that point later.
And of course, Thompson, you know, he's a smart young lad, the Basher Wind Ranger. You know, if this CM gets out of control, Thompson would consider it.
Yuma.
Go with the punch, Shackle in as well. Thompson's going to commit with the BKB and the focus fire. They take down Skeeter.
No save again.
They'll look over to Amar, get the arena off, but it's just going to have to use it defensively to back away from them. They'll lose the Theolico, but it's a good trade so far from LGD.
Whisper. Burn it down.
And we'll lose a second. So Marin at least killing up a couple of heroes, but still losing the carry doesn't feel great. And on LGD's side, Yuma and Thompson getting out alive.
Thompson did have to use BKB though, so has to be careful for the next couple seconds here how he shows himself. We'll be able to distance away. Triple BKB is ready for Falcons, but again, crit not really close enough to get the save. Skitter did make the jump when he wasn't in that range, so does get killed again because of it. LGD looking like they want to hit again.
Well, they do. Very nice catch there from King Jungles. Able to set up on towards Amar. They'll look to Marin. They'll get the shackle shot in. And that's going to be the both of them dead.
Oh, wards. That's all you need.
That's,
right?
I mean, that's
crazy.
A massive couple of pickups. The initial fight, they got the carry. Great. They did lose 2 heroes, but then after that, getting the chance to just wrap around and catch off both Marin and Amar after the fight. That's the slip up there that's going to hurt Falcons big time getting caught like that. They did not expect that one bit.
They were getting good momentum on the side of Falcons too. Now it looks like they should probably find Thompson.
They do. So they will at least get a bit of revenge back their way around the quick play in the mid. Maureen and Amar might have got caught out by surprise top, but Thompson on the other side definitely wasn't expecting that quick play.
But Yuma is getting to this very dangerous territory now, right? We were mentioning there's not the best overall ways to deal with him. He's a force to be reckoned with.
Look at the stun onto the blow for them. Can these two actually take out the PL at this moment in time? Frostbite's there, but the Manta's up. Yuma's able to run away. Skitter trying to chase, see if Amar can get a catch onto Yuma. Yuma looking for the jukes. They're going to have the kisses coming in. BKB's caught. They've caught him in the arena. They managed to find the PL. Amar back onto the map, gets out with the BKB in the arena, and make sure they get a massive kill, taking out the Phantom Lancer.
Oh, this game is truly delivering. I mean, this is fantastic to watch. It's 20-20 at 30 minutes, Owen. Both teams giving it their all. Just constant fights back and forth. And look at the graph, right? It even says, like, it's like, okay, the PL is looking pretty decent for the Alchemist, but it's just these trades over and over again. And the fact that Falcons has this outpost here, that's why they went for this super aggressive play. They can all collapse onto that PL. That's an interesting game so far here. KJ now does have a gem. Has to be very careful.
He's got a lot of money as well. 3k gold saved up here. Do you imagine he will commit for the Lotus? Or are there
come
other
on,
things
buddy.
you could be considering here when you're on the hook wing?
Probably just going to commit for the Lotus.
Is there any temptation for a little bit of scaling yourself? You know, slipping a Maelstrom, hope your teammates don't notice.
No. Not on these hoodwinks. There's too many other good items. Hex is just too good. You don't need it. You don't need damage as a support hoodwink.
So do you think he will go indeed for this? Go for this now, Skeeter, because he is now back up the Maelstrom Mjolnir to have that further answer against the PL.
I'm more okay with it now. I was still okay with what he had queued before. I thought the Abyssal and the Bastion has its own function as well too, but maybe they just want to have that extra clear as well too for the illusions. Both are fine. Ooh, that's an early pickup. And not the most usual one we see for the Tusk as a support. Buys the BKB so that he can get in and save his allies.
I like it, yeah. It's, when you got Thompson on the mid, ready to pop off on this win rate, you got to be able to make sure you save him at all costs. And if that is buying a BKB so you can BKB get in there and get your snowball off, you're buying a BKB.
And now they have the BKB on the Snapfire too. So overall, Whisper much more protected. Let's see how this fight ends up going. Who's going to get the initiation? Who's going to get the saves too? Crit now does have ways to save with this blink too.
Yuma coming in with a wraparound. They found Amar. They're leading straight away with the Tusk Punch. Disruption will be there. Buys him a bit of a chance to get out of this one, Amar. Pops the BKB. Skeeter has got his hands on Yuma, but Yuma's able to jump out with the Doppelganger. Thompson moves in with the BKB. Focus fire onto Amar. Arena gets dropped down. Amar surviving through the damage, or the lack of damage. Finally comes in with the burst.
Where's Maureen?
In the Scatter Blast, as they do inevitably bring an end to Amar.
Maureen is
and with
watching.
the punch back up, they can slow down, set up for the shackle, into the bushwhack,
Crazy.
catch Skeeter on top of it all. Yuma gets a double. They kill off the 4 of them.
A 4v5, they didn't have Maureen the entire time. This PL just running havoc through all of them there. Literally just a perfect move from LGD, catching Falcons totally off guard. They have, you can literally just see it, right? Maureen's running across the map to get to his team the entire time there. On the timing too of the full BKBs being finished there from LGD too.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
Roche.
this is, as even as the...
He TP'd to the tier 2 mid. Maureen did there. So not having
unfortunate
availability
timing, yeah.
to join now, pretty big deal.
Back in action, getting the space for that Roshan. But yeah, this sort of fight, I feel like everyone at home's been here before, where you're in this game, the PL, that you don't know how he got there, or why he's disfarmed, or why he's killing everybody, why you can't do any damage to him, but it's happening, it's real, and what do you do? Apart from make sure that you got PL in your bands next game, because I do not want to play against this hero again.
The scaling is starting to hit. For
oh my god,
Maureen, get The BKB and the Satanic off, but the win runs there, and that's Maureen dead again.
LGD starting to run away.
Ooh, disruption will buy a bit of safety for Crit, but it's starting to really build up now. There's pressure from LGD. Yuma well and truly online now as the PL. The game has been very much kept in a state that's allowed Yuma to get to exactly where he wanted to be, and now he's taking over.
It was 20-20. They found him isolated, but now when he's with his full team, we're seeing the chaos that the PL can really do.
Up to the high ground they go.
That was probably the most important fight around that top side for LGD, well, for Falcons to actually have, because, yeah, as we see now, LGD can just walk toward this high ground, pick up, what, 2 full next items. I believe Whisper has his full next one picked up as well.
Oh, it is best of 3.
Can Falcons find a way to stabilize the game again against this Phantom Lancer?
They have to have their whole 5. It's a
Gonna
full
pick
refresher
Star.
now for Whisper.
Does certainly feel like, you know, if Yuma, once he has that heart online, like how are you gonna kill him? How are you gonna kill this heart PL?
You have to isolate him, and just like it has to be like a 5 versus 1 essentially. And even then, we've seen what these PLs can sometimes do of juking in and out.
They just, yeah, because they just don't really have on their lineup at least a clear kind of big scale up on burst physical damage, right? You got the fast flurry of attacks, sure, from an Alchemist with his Chemical Rage and this attack speed of the AC, but there's nothing that is really going to just consistently cut through a PL with thousands and thousands of HP.
Let's see what their next option is to try to do it, right? Because they have to try to find a way, even though they know that they're in a very dangerous position here. Skater is going to go for that. Mjolnir has the Cloak of Flames as well, too, but it's not any of these Aghanims. It's not any like extra stuff for snaking to deal with this PL or any of this either. LGD, they've hit their stride pretty hard now.
I mean, honestly, yeah, the cut. Well, talking about snaking, he will get caught
Insta
out. But
delete?
maybe later down the line, the kind of the BKB Ags high-level CM, that might be one of the better options of damage against a PL.
He kind of just, I mean, this hero does so much damage when he starts to get to this point. You know, we were talking, actually, I was with Saberlight at, what was it, lunch or dinner yesterday, and we were talking about PL in particular, because I was like, how do you address this hero right now unless you have pretty much like 3 full counters to him? Because as we see, too, with their itemization, right, it's a Radiance Alchemist. They buy the Shivas on the offlaner, which are the old traditional counters, but just not the same as it once was. The hero just hits his timings, and if you don't have overwhelming way to deal with him, he just runs through you.
And just really top lane.
Thompson.
Looking for the wraparound onto a mark.
Does see him, but he'll be able to get himself out. I think for Falcons overall, you have to just, when the Aegis goes down, you probably just have to go for some type of 5v5 fight, or just try to catch someone out of position here too. But as we're seeing, I feel like LGD, they're very prepared for all these moves, at least in these last, I mean, for most of this game at least.
They really has. There's sort of the play from the 4 of them around kind of the space that Yuma's needed. It's been there, right? They've matched the moves of Falcons. And,
very fast.
And a lot of the times outplayed Falcons in some of those early maneuvers.
Yeah, it was 20-20, right? They're matching every single time there was these kills that was coming up from Falcons. It's not like Falcons was getting out cleanly, nothing like that. LGD was getting cleanup kills, and Whisper now has it 25. Now we're seeing that win probability going absolutely insane.
When a PL's in this sort of spot, and especially when it's someone like Yuma on the PL, he doesn't lose these games.
पूरा ग्राफ
Falcon
बता
sort of
अभी
play
पूरा इधर है.
all way to take him out. 50 seconds still on this Aegis, so I imagine they ideally want to try and time it with that.
Yeah, I imagine you can't just go for a farm. I mean, obviously, you can't go for like a farm game now by any means on Falcons. You have to do something kind of crazy, find them around a ward, but lots of items being picked up also for everybody else on the side of LGD too.
Yeah, I mean,
Yuma.
Yeah, this Aghanims on the task on Theolico is going to be very annoying, right? Sure, even if you did have all the items in the world on one of these heroes, suddenly you're getting kicked a million miles away from the PL and you've got no chance of actually just laying down the damage into him.
Let's see what they go for.
It's difficult. Damage coming out from Thompson, treated himself to the Daedalus.
Lost in the woods.
Starts getting the Dragon Lance.
And honestly, the great thing about playing these type of like Wind Rangers and whatnot, when you have a PL, right, there's so much distraction. Now you actually get they're like, good luck purging me. There's 50 illusions on you. I'm just going to run in.
You got 2 very slippery heroes, very farm slippery heroes that you're trying to deal with.
And you can see Falcons how they're posturing, right? Not really able to step out. They're like, okay, we kind of
Why
have to play around
snap
this
and
more.
went so
Hope
far?
that one of the heroes of LGD gets caught off guard and we can take a
I think
number
they are
advantage, but
waiting
LGD's
for
not giving that positioning
Roshan.
here. Thompson in a very careful spot. Whisper as well with the boots of travel to join in with his team and just camping high ground. posing the question to Falcons. What are you going to do now? Our PL is fully online. All right, the Falcons, they're going to go for a pretty risky one here. With their only ward that they have right now on this top side, they're going for the smoke move.
This is tough. I mean, ideally, what they try and find and burst Thompson, maybe. Yeah, because the Wind Ranger, maybe you can still burst.
Honestly, just burst a single, and one of the targets, anybody. Need to get a single kill before the
Jackal comes out pretty quickly. There'll be defensive disruption. They do jump forward and take out King Jungles, but the kisses are coming in. Thompson just goes for a one-run TP. He gets out of there. Marin is getting soon to come to an end. Dealer jumps back into the point, but Marin will get the same time. Starts to heal up, but he gets kicked away to the side. They've lost Skeeter. Amar's trying to back up with the BKB and his shield up, but Theolicor and Numa chase him down. Falcons, they're going to lose a third hero off this fight. They only got the hoodwink.
Crazy.
PL too big. You can feel the desperation from Falcons trying to go for something here. They can't even kill Thompson. He just win run into his ground. TP'd out. Get themselves a kill. They don't even get the gem. Don't get out with it, and they lose their two main cores. Maureen, the only one who actually really kind of does any damage there for his team.
That's it again. Definitely not what you want the case to be if you're against a PL. If the Huskar's the only one doing something, because the Huskar alone is never going to take out a PL at this stage of the game.
Kind of none of them will, right? It needs to be all of them in unison to try to put that effort together versus
इसने सीधा उठ के बाहर फेंक दिया उसको
Azuma,
हंसकर को
time to clean up the base.
और
He's ready to close this one up here. Falcons, can they find one more fight in them?
And I gotta say, it's a pretty big deal for LGD to do this when Falcons, they put out that Huskar as the first pick, right?
Yeah, it's a big move. But the jump in onto Theolicor. Thompson, he gets the shackle and he just takes out Maureen.
No spear again.
And he's dead without buyback. Crit's gone. Not sure how much more of this Falcons are going to want to endure. They're probably starting to look towards game 2. No Maureen for 70 seconds.
And I think
not have the buyback gold.
And I think me and you are looking to maybe no more Mars as well. Poor Amar again, but
he had to try it, right?
He did.
You know, first game of the tournament. See if the Mars can, you know, if it can be made to work. Yuma is kind of dying, but the Lotus comes out. Skeeter's dead. The BKB's come to an end. This game comes to an end. It's GG is called. LGD turning up it in game 1, featuring Thompson. They get the win here against
extra
Falcons,
10% to Thompson.
And in a very confident manner, as you say, they turn up. They say, you can have your Huskar mid. We don't care, and they certainly didn't. Excellent play all around from LGD. Falcons getting shaken up.
Falcons getting shaken up for sure. The Mars dying a lot, and overall for Skeeter too, right? A couple of these times, no Shadow Demons saved when they were getting these advantages. He kept dying too, so LGD playing really nice here.
Absolutely. We'll see if Falcons can punch back hard in game 2, but this game 1, impressive stuff from LGD.
A great start for LGD, getting that momentum in their first game against the defending champions Team Falcons, and some might say a great start for Falcons as well, considering the majority of their tournaments, including the ones that they do well in and win, they lose game 1. It's their MO. That's just what they do. So
they didn't have top
fan, you're not totally surprised or unhappy with this, because this is just their, you know, their good luck badge. But a lot to break down with this first one. I think, Saber, we were treated to a very cool game 1.
No, this was incredible. I thought both teams played super well. Like the early game rotations, I thought LGD made super nice rotations, coming bot, opening Whisper Tower, and then Falcons tried to do the same and eventually did. It was super close game. They got the first Aegis on Falcons, and then eventually once PL got the Skadi, they managed to claw their way back in.
Crazy taps.
Yeah, I mean the late game. If you just look at the last like 5 to 10 minutes of the game, it does look like, oh, they got PL'd. But that absolutely was not the case early game. I love these games of Dota where one team has an Aegis and the other, being LGD, actually smokes into the Aegis and gets a kill. Where you have these like subvert